method. So I'm curious about it. Tell me more.
So thank you so much, Carmen, for inviting me to be here with you today. And the study that you've brought up, it's really an important study because it's one of the longest studies on happiness that's ever been done. And what everyone wants to be at the end of the day, I suspect, we think we want money, or we think we want a partner, or we think we want to look beautiful, or whatever it is. And why do we want those things? Because underneath it all, everyone wants to be happy. So the study was done by Harvard University over the span of 80 years. And that's a long time. And what they found is that the quality of our relationships was the most important factor, even more important than money, which I think maybe come as a surprise to people. Yes, we need money. And even more important, this surprised me, than health. And so what they found is that the quality of the relationships help to buffer people from the hardships of life, because life is a roller coaster ride. And as we all go through it, we're going to face great times, we're going to face tough times. And having those relationships, and they don't have to be a romantic relationship. That's something I really want to specify.
Mm.
Relationships come in many different forms. We have our families, our extended families, our parents, if people have children, friends, neighbors, all of those relationships matter. And so what you brought up a moment ago is that I love horses, and I began studying relationship training with horses. And I didn't intend to link the relationship training with horses to my work as a marriage and family therapist with people. But as I got deeper into the horse training, which is done at liberty a lot of the time, which means take off the bridle, you take off the saddle, you take off all the ropes. And what one of my mentors says is that when you do all those things, you're left with the truth. Does your horse want to be with you or not? Because there's nothing forcing them to be there. All you have at that point is the strength and quality of your relationship. And these skills are so easy to learn, and they translate beautifully to people, because in my work, especially in helping couples, a lot of times people say, I just don't know what to do. And when you come from more of a behavioral angle, which I was trained in clinical psychology with very little behavioral methodology, and it was mostly cognitive, which is about our thinking, and that's important. But this brings in actions and things to actually do and things to say to make relationships better, so that the people in our life, we can say, do you want to be with me or not? And hopefully by learning this method, they will say yes again and again, so that relationships can be happy, healthy, and last a long time.
I think it's amazing that we learn about ourselves much more when we build a relationship with our pet, with the puppy dog or the kitty cat. I have two wonderful kitty cats, which I have a wonderful relationship with them. My kitty cats don't behave like normal kitty cats because I built that relationship, because I have that communication with them. And some people think that this is a little bit out there, but people that have animals and they have pets, they know it takes a while to build that relationship. But horses are amazing. I mean, a lot of people already know about therapy through horses and with horses. And what I know about the horse is that the horse will not let you do anything if you're not in a state, because I teach generating states, right? So when this is what I like about you, your therapy with horses, because it ties directly into feelfulness. And feelfulness gives me an opportunity to better explain what feelfulness is and what generating a state is, because we do this all day long, and we generate states all day long. But a dog and a cat, a dog not as much, because the dog is trained about it to tell the dog what to do. And a kitty cat, you can't tell a kitty cat what to do. She'll do what she wants to do when she wants to do it. But a horse is big. A kitty cat, you kind of maneuver, but to get a horse to do something you wanted to do, it takes training, and you have to have all of this equipment, language, which I'm not familiar with. But you've taken many steps further to to do this liberty to free the horse. And therefore, by doing that, you're not telling the horse what to do, but you have to shift into a state of being to communicate with the horse. And then the horse will feel you, feelfulness, that is a language, that's a communication. And then it takes time to build that, because you can communicate with a horse via text or messenger or, you know. So, but this is the most amazing types of, well, of course, relationship with people. It's wonderful to have relationship with people, but building on relationship with a horse, for example, because not a lot of people have horses at home, it pushes you to develop internal skills that then you take home and you apply with your partner or your children.
Absolutely, because one of the biggest things that can be generated through working with horses that can translate over to people is a concept that I call emotional fitness. So we know how easy it is to get frustrated with another person's or being's behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can get frustrated with our husbands, we can get frustrated with our wives, or parents can get frustrated with their kids. And I tell you, horses, my grandfather said something really interesting to me several years ago. We're always trying to keep our horses safe. And my grandfather, he grew up on a farm, life on the farm. And he said, you know, horses don't sleep as many hours as people by far, many few hours. And he said, you know, your horse has like 23 hours of, that may not be correct, so don't quote me on that, but your horse has hours and hours and hours of how to just think about or figure out how to get in trouble. and they don't have a whole lot else to do there. So this concept of emotional fitness, it's really important, because humans can get into fight, and we can also get into flight. And horses primarily get into flight, and they get into flight very easily because they, as a prey animal, they're at risk if they don't. So we can scare our horses, and a lot of people do. And I think what humans maybe don't realize with each other, I guess I'll just call us humans, what people don't realize about with each other is that we can actually scare each other also if we're not aware of our own, I'll use your term, feelfulness. If we aren't feeling kind of what's happening there in the situation, and we just react to whatever it is, we can actually send whoever's around us into a different state. And if we're in a negative state, we can actually influence them into a negative state. So yes, everyone has personal responsibility for how we respond to things. However, we all have a nervous system. And the example that I like to use is if I suddenly go, boom, you know, and I'm hiding around the corner, sure, okay, you're, quote, responsible for your action. But when it's one of these immediate fight or flight responses, maybe I bear some responsibility about it too, if I'm the one that's triggering the fight or flight. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And this is where emotional intelligence training comes in. There's so many, emotional intelligence comes with a lot of cognitive behavior. So emotional intelligence helps you use the thoughts and the feelings, put them together in a cognitive way and in a feeling way to get better relationships, to be happier at life. And relationships are the hardest thing to do in life. But you're right, it's easiest. You see, the human body, it has a built-in mechanism for defense, and anger, it's a built-in mechanism. We are supposed to have anger, and the amygdala, it's responsible for that. We are gifted. It's a little thingy the size of a green pea, 2 little green peas inside the brain at the end of a hippocampus. That the main role of the amygdala is to help you defend for your life. If a bear chases you, you're gonna run. You're not gonna say, "Oh, look at the kitty bear, let me pet you." If a horse chases you, you're gonna run because you don't know the horse just yet. So the body, the physical body, is gifted with this automatic defense mechanism. But we get so bombarded with the stress of life. We have so many things to do and so little time to do everything that it's so easy to snap into the fight or flight response. So if there is, well, nowadays there's three of them: fight, flight, and freeze. So instead of fighting, at least we have two other states that we can choose. And by flight and freeze, we disengage from violence. But in a flight mode, this is where a lot of violence happens, right? But we don't need a lot of violence to upset somebody. We can just say something ugly or just snap and have a face. And sometimes it takes 3 seconds to ruin a relationship by a word, a wrong word we said, or just snapping out of that in fight mode. And there are so many techniques to help humans to develop these skills, these internal skills, because when that boo happens, something happens, the body will react. But if that's an automatic mechanism. But if we build the skills and then we repeat, repetition is the mother of all skills, then it will be available, the skill will be available for us to not engage in fight, flight, or freeze, but instead we're going to respond mode. We'll go, oh, observe your environment and go, oh, and then you'll know what's the right thing to say, or maybe not to say. Or maybe sometimes you want to smile, sometimes you don't want to smile. You just be there. And my very first, I'm Romanian born, and Romanians are hot-blooded. They fight a lot. There's a lot of flight response. Yeah. And the very first thing I recommend to people to do it's when you have a heated argument with somebody, don't look them straight in the eye. Look them over here at the nose or at the cheek or somewhere here or somewhere, but not straight in the eye. Why? Well, this is what we do with animals out there in the wild. If you're in a forest all by yourself and an animal chases you, you're not going to look them straight in the eye. You don't do that with dogs. You look them around, because when you look at them straight in the eye, it means attack, and they're going to attack. So you're just going to be all mighty powerful, but you want to run. So we do the same with people. And this de-escalates all of the hotness and all of the adrenaline that runs through the body. And then you have fractions of a second to de-escalate to ruining or a relationship, just by saying, and listen to what the audience is saying. Unless they're going to physically attack you. If they're going to physically attack you, you have to defend for yourself. That's true. But words, using your words in to communicate, to collaborate, even when we disagree, that's the way to do it.
Absolutely. And I'm so happy you brought this up, because I was hoping that you might give some tips for people about how to stay calm, because that's one of the questions that I get asked all the time is, okay, this is great, I'm supposed to respond instead of react, but how do I do that? And one of the things that you just shared just now is one of those things, which is be very aware of eye contact. And I have to say, Carmen, you're the first person that I've spoken with who's non-horse related that understands or has shared how intense eye contact is a trigger. And it often triggers, if you get intense eye contact with somebody, it's going to very likely trigger that person. And we have phrases in our vernacular, what are you looking at? Well, if you just are talking to, again, a member of your family, and all of a sudden you start feeling stress, or I call it pressure, and then the eye contact gets intense, then all of a sudden we're talking like this, or we're talking like this. And that can just make, especially if you have someone who has, I don't know if I want to call it a lower threshold for energy than you do, but some people are more prone towards fight, like you shared. I don't know if that's a Romanian trait, but you said that that's a familiar thing. And other people are more, that's one of mine, is more inclined toward flight. Get me out of here. So we can inadvertently do little things that set the other person off. And this is what I find so amazing about learning through the horses first and then applying the same methods to people, because people are taught to mask those things. We're taught, don't fight, you're going to get in trouble if you fight, and hey, get back here, I'm talking to you, don't run off. We don't really get a lot of positive reinforcement for any of the natural behaviors that we may do under stress.
So this is the trouble. Positive reinforcement. This is a key concept, because we grew up, we go in school, kindergarten, pre-kindergarten, school, and all kinds of schools and degrees, and we are even at home. Don't do this. This is wrong. Behave. Be nice. All of that. We are told what not to do, and then when it comes to relationship, and you're supposed to do things. It's like, well, I know what not to do, but I don't know what to do. And then I know I'm feeling something, and I'm going to express my feeling, or I'm going to bottle it up, and neither is good. And a traditional psychotherapy, 90% of it focuses on suppressing emotions. And you suppress something long enough, it's going to explode. So before we get to suppression, if we understand that the amygdala is our gift to save our life, but the amygdala will be triggered when we get angry because we are stressed. In civilization, a lot of technology, a lot of concrete. We're not out there in the wilds without any pressure. We have so many deadlines, so many things to do. So we're going to get upset, right? But if we take a moment to take a breath, like don't look the person straight in the eye, and then take a breath, like just breathe out. Quietly feel the air coming out through the lower lip. It's going to de-escalate you right away. Why? Because the simple breathing technique is going to engage your parasympathetic nervous system. And you're going to generate the alpha brain waves. You're going to release the happy hormones just by a single breath. Now, that is a gift. And this is a simple skill. And a lot of people say, well, there's no sophisticated, there's nothing intelligent about it, about taking a breath and not looking people in the eye. And then I would go, okay, give it a try and see if you can de-escalate quicker and down-regulate yourself and de-escalate the other quicker with other methods in the next 3, 4, 5 seconds. Let me know what's a better way. I might just go on, Faith.
Let me share with you a quick story that speaks exactly to what you're speaking about. So many years ago, when I was actually doing the equine facilitated psychotherapy with people, I had a client come who was a little 9-year-old girl, and she was really having trouble with a tolerance for frustration. So she would get a little frustrated. And when I met her, the story that I was told is that she would go under a desk at school and not come out. And so the more people tried to get her to come out, she would actually say, stop looking at me, stop looking at me. And that would make people look at her because she's stop, and she's under the desk, stop looking at me. So apparently one day she grabbed a pair of scissors and kind of pointed them at the people, like, stop looking at me. And apparently that was the beginning of the idea to have her come and, see some therapy, even though she's just 9 years old. And the very first thing that jumped out at me is she's telling you exactly what she needs. She's telling everybody, stop looking at me. So she got overstimulated. She probably got flooded on some level. She goes under a desk, which is very much like going into a little cave, right? And then people are now looking at her, which is increasing her pressure, well, like you, the word you used, trying to deregulate herself.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, that wasn't working. And so I was able to share with people, stop looking at her. And so anyway, when she came out, when I met her, we did the actual horse therapy, which was great because horses can be very frustrating and things can happen. And one day we were out on a trail ride. I would take my clients horseback riding, and we would run into things out on the trail, and those would cause stress. So one day, I always heard that horses might lay down in water, but I'd never seen one do it. It happened to be her own horse that she brought. It was a great big horse, and we were going through a shallow river crossing. It was very hot outside, and that big horse just folded up its front legs, and just plopped down in the river, and she got tossed into the water. And my goodness, she was so mad. And I don't blame her a bit, because if you've ever been on a horse and all of a sudden they go down and you fall with them, it is actually very, very scary. So she was upset, rightly so. I could see right away that she was okay, so I would have been upset. But she just got mad. But we were out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, not totally nowhere, but it wasn't like she could just go do something. So we just waited, and then she was able, when she was ready to get back on, we rode back, and everything was fine. And one of the things that I do differently, and this is where some people may not agree with me, but I have a term I called correct and continue. So once she was able to get back on the horse, she was now in a correct state, and she was fine. So I did not see any need to go backwards and talk to her about her bad behavior, or I won't call that bad behavior, but let's say going under the desk at
Mhm.
school,
Mhm.
as someone might want to talk to her about that, because what she was able to do, given the space to do it, was deregulate herself and get right back on track. Me bringing it back up potentially would have got her off track, back into
Correct.
that state.
Yeah.
So one day I had the most amazing thing happen. I got this call from her teacher, and normally I don't get calls from teachers at all. And they said, hey, this person was at school today. She had a meltdown and she stomped off. And I was like, okay, and they said, but then the most amazing thing happened. She came back and she said, Miss So-and-so, I want to apologize for my behavior. From now on, you can count on me to whatever it is, do better. And she goes, how did you teach her to do that? And I said, I didn't teach her to do that, but I set up the environment to allow it to happen so that she could discover it for herself. And then that is what we practiced over and over and over and over again. And once she learned how to do it, she was able to then transfer it to other areas in her life. And that's what for me is so exciting about this work, is this is not about horses. People get excited, oh, it's about horses. We use the horses, but it's about people. It's for people, about people.
Yes, yeah, that's amazing. And for the little bit that you told me about the story and engagement with her, when she fell off the horse, when they went into the water and she fell off the horse, the horse kneeled down, that told her the horse wasn't reliable. And it showed her, because it pretty much he went under the table, something that she does. She kneels down when she goes under the table. So she saw firsthand zero words, zero intellectuality, zero teaching anything. She saw how unreliable the horse was when the horse went down, and what happened to her. She got hurt. So all of this happened very quickly in her subconscious. And experience, when we have an experience, that will stay with you for a very long time, possibly forever. And this is what hypnotherapy does. And this is what fearfulness training does as well. We create an experience. And when you have the experience, when you feel what you feel during the experience, you don't need a whole lot of intellectuality, a whole lot of reasoning of why that happens and why you need to do. And just like you said, you didn't need to go back to correct her of what because she's got it. Just the fact that she saw oh, that was unreliable. Maybe that's what I do when I go under the desk. Therefore, she went to the teacher and said, you can rely on me. So that's amazing. And this is a big deal. And she's a child, right? Wow, good job.
Well, thank you. And Carmen, I didn't even think about that. So that's one of the things I love about talking with you is you come from a different perspective than I do. And I always learn more things whenever we talk.
Yes, I'm very experience oriented. Yeah.
I was hoping you could share a little bit more about the concept of feelfulness, because that's a term that I know that you're very familiar with. But until we were talking about it the other day, that is something that I hadn't heard before. And I was wondering if you could just maybe share a little bit about where that term came from or what it means, how it came to be, just so that people viewing could understand that a little bit more.
Fearfulness is a term that I coined back in 2011. So I invented the term. I have not heard or seen any other person using this term before I coined it in 2011. If somebody else has done it and I don't know about it, I cannot speak for that. But fearfulness, it's a term that needed to be put out there. Before 2011, I've stumbled upon these techniques, this behavior, through the experience, and I developed this thought feeling practices. And you take a thought and you couple with a feeling and you do a practice to have an experience. And first you down-regulate, but after a while you don't know how to generate a state, right? And mindfulness is not sufficient to describe these techniques because, there's many reasons. But it's not just the mind, it's the thought and the feelings that they are always together. And it is how we feel that affects our life, and we make decisions based on how we feel. Well, a lot of decisions, we can make a lot of rational decisions, but even that, thoughts and feelings are never separate. We might pay more attention to thoughts and pay more attention to feelings. But feelings are different than emotions. Yeah, and this is what emotional intelligence training and emotional intelligence techniques and practices come in handy to teach you. The range teaches you a lot of emotion, but emotional intelligence, it's all about thought, feelings. But even emotional intelligence can go a bit on an academic side, a bit on a rational side, and here are the points, and this is the scale, and this is what you need to reach, and this is what you need to attain to have emotional intelligence. And it can take a while, and some people may be not intimidated but not have time for it, and then you can still go. And some people, it's hard to understand emotions that you don't know that you've experienced. It's difficult because a lot of people go intellectual about it. They use their thought processes, and this is a long way. But if you, with fearfulness, you create an experience, right? And you create an experience, and that experience, it's going to register into your muscle memory, into your automatic habit mechanism. Why? Because of the gift of neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is just such a gift. The brain is it's malleable. And actually, it's not the brain, it's the mind. And the most flexible part of your body is the mind, right? And your brain is not the mind. And your mind is not the brain. You use your brain. Brain is a tool. So through experience, and this can be done through workshop, and hypnotherapy is very good of creating. This is what hypnotherapy does. It creates an experience. Fearfulness is just, we all do it. We're not aware that we do it. But if we go about learning some of the practices, thought feeling practices, for the purpose of fearfulness, you will automatically elevate your emotional intelligence. You will automatically learn to downregulate. There's so many good side effects that normally would take a long term in traditional therapy. But the most amazing thing that happens with fearfulness is that you learn how to feel a feeling by choice. Right?
That's amazing.
It is amazing because mindfulness teaches you how to kind of monitor, regulate your thoughts, thought management, manage your stream of thoughts. Well, it's not so easy. But what I do in fearfulness, I help you. I take you through different layers of thought. I help you identify layers of thought first, cognitively, so then you can kind of have a reference point to it, and then this, it's also it's also motivational. It's evocative and motivational, and it influences you. It gives you a little bit of motivation and influence. Create, motivate, influence. That's the subtitle of my book, Fearfulness. And then when you know how to have lesser, busier thoughts, and it's not by quieting your mind, because I give you things to think through and of. I occupy your thoughts in a direction for your parasympathetic system to come charge in, to downregulate, to give you all the happy hormones. And in 20 minutes of an exercise, if you allow it, you can feel like you had a vacation for 2 weeks. It is so powerful. And after a while, you begin to learn how to feel a feeling by choice. And it's a big deal, and it's wonderful. And once we feel this feeling by choice, and we go to a variety of them. I work with word triangles, and there's many of them, and there's specific ones, and there's a base, and then there's level 1 and level 2 and level 3, and all that, like kindergarten and school and college and all that. But once you learn how to do that, then you generate a state, like from here, feeling all, then you generate a state. And you make that available to the person in front of you, especially if you're a practitioner, if you're a coach, if you're a therapist, a coach, a teacher, a manager, a leader. If you work with people and you, especially if you want to uplift them, because something magical happens at the subconscious level, and you do this with horses. You do fearfulness with horses in a different manner, of course. And you see what happens at the subconscious level to the girl you talked about, when the horse knee down and then she fell off the horse. Yeah, she learned how to generate a state right from there, from that experience. That's a whole bunch of fearfulness that went through it. And it took, how long it took? It took one session of experience. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when we learn to generate a state, we can make that available to the person in front of us. And working with horses, it will definitely teach you how to do that in on a feeling level, not on a rational level, on a thought feeling, on an emotional intelligence level. But we can do that with cognition, with words, but not in a rational way, because feelings are not, emotions are never rational, but we are gifted with emotion, and we have the power to transform emotions into feelings, because feelings we can use. Emotions can go all kinds of wrong way.
Maybe you could share the difference between feelings and emotions, because I think a lot of people use those two words interchangeably. And if you wanted to make the distinction between the two, that might be really helpful.
Yes, I mean, feeling, you can feel hungry. it's time to eat, and you have a feeling in your stomach, and maybe a gargle, maybe not a gargle, but you have a feeling, so you go eat. You engage in an action. You had a feeling, a sensation in your body, you engage in an action, right? And then you might feel thirsty, you go have a glass of water. That's a feeling, a sensation, right? Or you might feel sleepy, you go to sleep. Or oh, okay, not there yet. Or when we have an emotion will create a feeling, it will create a sensation in a body, right? And then because we're so we're conditioned to react to those sensations. You're hungry, you eat, you're thirsty, you drink water, you sleep, you go to sleep. You need to empty your bowels, your bladder, all of that. There's all sensations. Then when we have an emotion that it might be too emotional, right? Then we react because we have a sensation in the body, right? So once we become aware of it and we learn a few techniques, because I will occupy your thoughts. When you have an emotion, you will learn to occupy your thoughts with something that will first downregulate you and take care of that emotional space that is in between the people. Oh, that can be very, very dense. I mean, sometimes you can just cut it with a sword. And then you can manage you can generate a feeling. So it's all emotional intelligence, emotional fitness. It's all therapeutic all at once. And this, people can go to therapy, the regular psychotherapy, for 20 years, and they still do not accomplish what fearfulness will accomplish in 3 months or 6 months.
That's really incredible. So what I'm hearing you say is that the difference between feelings and emotions, and you can correct me if I didn't get this right, but I'm hearing you say that feelings are a physical sensation in your body, like feeling temperature with water on your hand, and you feel that in your body. And a lot of times those will signal you toward different things. Whereas emotions are things that we call mad, sad, frustrated. And those are things that when we begin to experience those emotions, those will actually trigger different feelings in the body, like sick to your stomach and, and anxiety. So these emotions, by learning how to down regulate those or use them to your benefit, you can really have a better outcome. And so one of the things that I like to say is that there really are no good or bad emotions.
Correct.
There are only productive ways to respond to them or non-productive ways, and that every emotion is there as some kind of a signal. Now, the tricky thing is some people will say, and a lot of people use the feelings interchangeably. So a lot of people will say, always trust your feelings. And I say, careful, notice the feeling, and then check it out. But there's a difference between a fact and an interpretation. And so two people could be in the exact same situation, or one person, this happens in couples all the time. One person has an intention, and maybe their intention is good and they're trying to do something well. And then the other one reads something else into it that may or may not even be there, and then projects that that person was trying to upset them or trying to be difficult. And so they may have a feeling, and the feeling is, or I'm going to call it now, I'm saying the wrong word. They may have an emotion, and the emotion is valid that they're experiencing it, but it doesn't always mean that the interpretation that's being made is correct. So that's one of the things I like about the natural relationships training, is it teaches people how to understand some behaviors that are natural in each other. And like one of them we brought up in the very beginning was flight, and sometimes people will leave. Well, that's always a good thing to do if you don't have another idea about what to do. It's always better to do that than to engage into a really bad fight. However, the act of leaving, if we don't say to that person, I'm coming back, just one little sentence, remember Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back. It can trigger an abandonment issue in the other person that they may not even know that they're having. It can trigger separation anxiety that's very real, because people are mammals. And if we get in a situation with somebody and then they storm off, even if we're not intending to think about it logically that, oh my gosh, they may never come back, it can actually make a person feel like they may never come back. And then the next thing you know, they're blowing up the cell phone and they're texting, trying to regain the contact, because for mammals, togetherness is natural. But if you know that togetherness is natural, then if somebody needs to depart and if they forget to say, I'm coming back, it can help the other person just like sit tight and just kind of let it be and let it kind of take place naturally, that over time, most of the time, not always, occasionally the last fight will be the last fight, or the next fight will be the last fight, but that's more the exception than the rule. And so if we can just calm down and stop exacerbating the situation, then it allows that person to come on back, which is what most people are actually naturally drawn to do. And so when people know that, it can really help to, like you said, de-escalate or deregulate the nervous system and bring everything back to like a homeostasis where everybody's better.
Definitely. And one of the quick way for people to do that, I recommend to my clients, just go to the bathroom.
That's funny because I
I'll be back. Just go to the bathroom. You can't argue with it. I mean, yeah, but at least you have 3 minutes to just breathe out and use the tools that I'm giving you for the thought feelings. So I'll give you some geometry to work with, and it's going to take your attention. It's going to divert your attention, so it will make more room for you to choose the next thought and the next appropriate action. And it's important to say definitely that I'll be back. But what you said about feelings, there is another aspect to feeling, that is the knowingness. When you know something, it's a feeling about it. And your gut feeling, it's that knowingness. And the gut feeling is also your intuition. And a lot of people place a heavy role under intuition. It's very important because that's your internal knowingness and that's your internal language. And this is actually something that can be expanded, that it can be built and it can be worked into it. And fearfulness will develop into a language that is knowingness and sensation. Certain words, when I work with word triangle, certain words, when you begin to feel the words, they have a direction in your body. There is a sensation in your body that has a direction and a shape. Some are horizontal, some are vertical, some are round, some are straight, some are directional. And when I bring this out to people, a lot of people go, huh? I never thought about it. And I go, well, no, because I came up with it. Because it's geometry related. That's something very simple, that we know lines, we know straight lines, and we know curved, and we know circles. And I make sure to tie this information into something that's very, very simple, which it's significant too. And I also work with the 4 direction, the east, west, north, south, and I tie them to the 4 elements as Plato did back there in a day. And the simplicity of those elements, it makes room for people to have the experience, as opposed to beating themselves up or beating the other up, whether it is right or wrong. Because right and wrong exist, but not all the time. Most of the time we have a lot of gradients, right? And the right and the wrong is 2 sides of the same coin, right? But there is appropriateness. And especially in relationships, you might feel right about feeling hurt and needing to express and tell the others what they've done wrong to hurt you and discipline them and give them ultimatums. If you continue to do this, then right? But is it appropriate to do that in that particular circumstance? Are the children around you and seeing what you're doing? Is this what you want to model for your children? Yeah. Even if the pets are around, you could see that when you get into the city, the pets are just going to go away. I mean, sometimes I get frustrated with the technology on a computer, and I breathe through it. My kitty cats, they run away. And then I recognize, like, oh, I breathed a little too loud, right? But having the knowledge and having the opportunity to have the experience in an appropriate way and still express those emotions in an emotionally intelligent way, definitely with empathy. I mean, your emotions are important, but the other person's emotions are equally as important, and maybe even more if the other person is going through an illness, right? It's important. It's definitely very important.
Yes, absolutely. So I really like what you were talking about right there. And one of the things that I like to think about is when it comes to emotional intelligence, not everyone has the same understanding of it. When you talked about the feelfulness and the mindfulness, and so sometimes we can think that the other party is working on the same kind of understandings that we are. And when we do that, we can make assumptions about that person. Or like you said, a person can turn it around and make judgments about themselves, and then negative judgments, harsh judgments can start to create, feeling of shame or guilt. And one of the things that I say to people all the time, when in terms of relationships and in terms of emotional intelligence, the topics that we're talking about today, I find that most of us are not formally taught any of this stuff. Like,
no, you are correct. We are not. Emotional intelligence is it's a relatively new development. It started in about 1990 as a subject, as an area, as a discipline. I'm not sure I can call it discipline. And before that, there were individual therapy. There was cognitive behavior therapy. There were language therapy and other cognitive methods, and people made good progress to that. But through the acceleration of consciousness, emotional intelligence is so needed because of the relationships and because of civilization and because we need to work together and accomplish a goal together. We have to develop certain skills, and we have seen up until emotional intelligence developed, we have seen how much destruction and how much ill we can do with plain emotions and with unregulated emotion, with just exploding emotion, all of the violence and the crimes and the all the ugliness. I don't even want to think about it. So emotional intelligence, it was something that needed to develop as a science. Because data was there already, the experiences were there already, but then how do you go about it to teach it? And then even science has made research over the amygdala. I mean, the amygdala, it's a gift. We're supposed to have the amygdala triggered as a stress response. But not everything is a stress. I mean, not every stress it's a save your life type of a stress, right? So the researchers have had people under fMRI and pessimist people all kinds of people. They were had to look at the same images, and people that are prone towards pessimism. the amygdala would light up with the negative images, and the same images for the optimist people, the amygdala would not light up right away. Why? Because of the emotional intelligence. Happier people, emotionally intelligent people are naturally happier. They know how to separate, how to stay, and how not to engage in every single emotion if the emotion is not productive, if the emotion is not going to lead to an achievable outcome. So for the emotion to lead to an achievable outcome, it needs to be turned into a feeling. And then you take the feeling and couple it with a thought and make a triangle, and then voila, here's what you create, right? But it's quite amazing to have this research done under the fMRI and see how the amygdala responds. And it is true that some people are born with a shorter fuse, and some are born with a longer fuse, and that's all right. But throwing your emotions on someone all the time, that's a very low level of emotional intelligence. And criticism, it's right there at the bottom, and people still engage in a lot of criticism. And in order to stay away from that, you need to look at both sides of the coin, because it's the same coin.
Right. And one of the things that you just brought up about the criticism, the very first book that I ever wrote is called The Conflict Pattern Revealed, because there are at least 13 different terms that people use, things that we say to one another, like criticizing, you are blank, that can alert someone that whoever is using those terms, now here's a different way to look at it, is likely under pressure. And you coined a term, I coined a term called the gauntlet. And so I named all of those words the gauntlet, because it's like running a gauntlet, trying to get through a conversation. If you're feeling like you're getting emotionally beat up, or you're just like bam, 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 and you can hardly say anything without the criticism or the contradiction, that's not true. I never said that. So by having terms for these different things, what can happen is it can alert someone that they're occurring. So especially you statements, you are trying to make me mad. Well, maybe you are, right? But if I'm concerned about that, I could ask you, are you trying to make me mad? And so what you brought up is just a really important thing, because there are methods through the chaos if people know what they are. And so that's one of the things that's really been an important thing to me. The very first course that I ever put together is actually called Never Fight Again. And I really thought about the title carefully. I thought, am I just making this claim that is just too far-fetched? Because I don't like that when people do that. I don't like this whole, that far-fetched kind of claims that people make, especially these days. But when a person understands what not to do, which you've talked about, we're often told, don't do this, don't do that. But when we're taught what to do instead, then it doesn't mean we're never going to have disagreements about things, and it doesn't mean that we're always going to see things the same way. But as far as having big, bad, ugly fights, especially with the people we love and care about, no, we really don't have to fight anymore. But some tools and skills are required, like setting boundaries. So when you talked about how people we can get an emotion and then create a feeling, and then we can have a big burst. Well, nobody around that has to stay in the environment of that person. I mean, I suppose if we're like locked in prison, which actually I taught courses in prison for 6 years where people really were restricted in their environments, and what they shared with me, what the inmates shared with me, is that learning these skills, which was intended to help them in long distance relationships with their family, to help reduce recidivism rates and to stop the cycle of dad goes to prison, because this was an all men's prison, and then their son might follow in dad's footsteps as modeling and then end up there himself. So what I heard from my students is that the tools they were learning not only did help them in their long distance relationships with their families, but they were seeing things begin to change between themselves out on the yard. Because I was there for 6 years, and I don't know how many students I was actually able to interact with, but a lot. My course had a waiting list for the entire time it was there. And so as more and more people began to get the training and learn the tools and be able to down regulate instead of just react and escalate, things were starting to calm down on all levels, which actually made the environment better for everybody. And I really care about that. That's one of the things that I really want to see happen in this world. I know that marriages are not always, not everybody is in a situation where that is a place that's good for them or making them happy. And sometimes relationships do need to change. So I always like to say if you have children together, the relationship really isn't going to end. It's going to change because you're still going to be in contact with this person on some level if you have children together. But what I don't want to see happen anymore, and what really, really makes me sad, is when people love each other, and they absolutely do, and they're both trying their guts out, trying to make this relationship work, but they don't have the tools because they were never taught the tools. And so I believe that people are doing the best they can with the skills they have, and those situations where people are leaving as a last resort because they don't know what else to do. They're just unhappy, they're having conflict, things are blowing up, and they get tired. So that's really important to me, and that's, I guess I'm on a mission to work on making sure that if relationships end or change, that it's because that's actually what that person truly wants deep down, rather than I'm dying inside because this isn't what I really want, but I don't know what else to do.
That's wonderful, and it's very important because through this process, each person begins to learn more about themselves. And one of the things that I do in my coaching, and I also do it through hypnosis to recurrent hypnosis clients, is I work on the self, and every troubles that arrive is because of the self, and the self is very complex. And when people get in an argument, or when they go, I don't want to get into the violence, it's just too sad. So when people get upset and they get into an argument, is because something about the self has been put down or minimized or overlooked or unacknowledged. And a lot of this creates triggers. Well, what are triggers? Triggers are merely experiences that this person has experienced over and over and over again, and it's sick and tired of it because this person has been put down and has been minimized, right? Or this person has a medical condition, has an illness that they do the best they can to work with it, or they have an illness that hasn't been diagnosed, that they don't know why they have all of these sensations and feelings in their body. So when I work with the self, I particularly work on building the self up. And I stay away from working with narcissists. I do not like working with narcissists. But when I see what this does to people feeling like they have no choices, and when I see how they flourish, they blossom just after 3 months, in 3 months, I can put a person back together, given they don't have a lot of illnesses, given they don't have an abusive relationship at home. It is one of the most wonderful things. And a lot of people misinterpret the ego as being the bad guy. Well, there are parts of us that need to be better managed, and we need to have more empathy and elevate our emotional intelligence. But what I teach about the ego, a lot of people are surprised. And this takes me back to William James, the father of functional psychology. I'm all about function, all about behavior and function. So William James is the father of functional psychology, and he was able to layer the self in first into two separate different layers, the I self and the me self. So only if you begin to think about, oh, there is an I self and there is a me self. Yeah, well, no, this is not going to be a personality disorder unless you have a personality disorder. There's duality, it's always there. You have two hands, you have two eyes, two ears, two sides of the brain, two eyebrows, two lips, two kidneys, there's always two lungs, there's always two, right? So when you begin to think in these terms, you just go, oh, that's all it takes at the beginning to just go, oh. And then William James goes further and takes other level into the material self, the spiritual self, and the ego, right? And then there's many other layers to it. So what I do in my practice in teaching and training and hypnotherapy, I use something very simple that people know and use it all the time, the 4 elements. I use north, south, east, west. And I apply the elements to it, something that has been done, Plato, and before Plato has been done, I forgot who added the elements to, maybe Hippocrates. I think Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, assigned the elements to the 4 direction. The west is associated with the earth, the south with emotions, the east with the fire, and the north with the wind. And then all of these elements, there is a behavior to them. There's an automatic behavior. The water behaves in a certain way. The wind behaves the fire behaves in a certain way. The earth behaves in a certain way. So when I bring these aspects in, and we take whatever we're working on and we take a look, and is this behavior more like the water, or is it more like the water, or is it more like the air? Then people go, oh, I never thought about it this way. Well, that's why you're here. And that's why you're reaping the benefits, because there is no right and wrong that way. But then when these elements combine, right, you add fire to the water can boil. So in an argument, when we have an argument, emotions are more like water, but sometimes they can be like fire. So if you're in a heat of an argument and the emotions are boiling, if you add more fire to it, you're gonna get a lot of steam. And then the steam, what happens to the water on earth when it turns into steam? It goes up into the sky, forms clouds, and then we get rain, and sometimes we get tornado. Why? Too many emotions have gone down out there, and then it creates a lot of weather we don't like. So when I take these simple elements with the clients, they just go, oh, I like this. So it's not just metaphors, it's how things work, function. What is the mechanism? And once people understand the mechanism, then they can do something about it. And then I take that into the self. Everybody has their 4 parts, and then they have the center, right? So all of these elements, they're not separate, but we can be out of balance. We can be too emotional, or we can too much in the water or too much in the air. When we're too much in the air, it's just thinking, and nothing else. So in my courses, I made this image where I take the air and the water and the thoughts and the feelings, and I bring them together and have the behavior of the practice as a thought feeling practice. And then this kind of sticks better with people when they understand as a thought feeling. Why? The emotion is still there. Emotion is not going to go away, but we transform it. The thoughts are still going to be there, but you can choose. You take your thoughts down, you take your feelings up, meaning the emotions kind of, run with the water on the water's course. But and then with the behavior, with the earth and with the fire, you behave it, you transform it into something. Earth itself, it's a behavior as an extension of the Big Bang, right? It's a materialized behavior, right? So it brings a lot of simpleness, and these are things that people can actually take home and use. And I work on relationships indirectly when I'm working with, I get mostly wives, overwhelmed mothers, and they come back to me and they say, well, this evening, everything went fine. I followed the processes, and I didn't go into an argument. And my husband was amazed, and he expected me to be upset and angry and to bite his head off. And actually, I was able to control my feelings the very first time in my life. And I go, wow, thank you. And this is an overwhelmed mother with children at home, with helping her mother out, with a very good husband. She's a very good person. It's just tired and overwhelmed. So here are a few techniques. Do this geometry. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. What do you do when you go to the bathroom? A lot of people go, huh? Well, that's what I do. Well, in addition to that, you can use your thoughts to do this, to de-escalate, and then all of a sudden you step out a brand, almost a different person. You're not about to explode. And to have this feedback come back, it's priceless. I could do this even in my next lifetime.
Yeah, it's a really great feeling, isn't it, to make somebody else's day a little bit better and make somebody else's life a little bit easier even in that moment, because life is not always so easy. And when people are struggling, I know I've been there before, it really helps to have some guidance and direction and some tool. So I really like what you said about bringing nature into your work, because we use nature right in our vocabulary. We call it human what? Nature.
Why?
Human nature is our human nature.
Neuro-language, right there, neuro-language.
It's right there in the language. But again, because so many of us haven't actually been taught what that means, and things that are instinctive and natural for people, we can read into things and misunderstand, and all of a sudden label normal behavior as bad or wrong.
Especially especially in highly civilized geographical areas. Some countries are more civilized in certain larger cities. But if you look at behavior in people that live in a rural area, they don't have as much fight or flight response. They are in harmony with nature, and life is different. And that's why you're so successful with working with the horses, because it's all nature, and nature has its own mechanism. And if you learn the mechanism, then you gain power. You learn about your nature. And every human has a general nature, has a human nature, but then everybody has their own unique individual processes about that nature. Some people like the rain, some people don't like the rain. Some people like the snow, some people never seen snow. What do you mean you never seen snow? But I've met people that never seen snow, and they looked at snow and they wanted to hush it. They wanted to move it.
Well,
it was the funniest thing I ever heard, but then it got me to realize that, wait a minute, I grew up with snow all of my life, but I've never met someone from Australia, for example, that had never seen snow. So that I found it interesting, and it puts things in perspective. You take that into behavior and into development and into yourself, into a relationship. It's like, oh, all right, so someone doesn't know what snow looks like.
And I've never heard that about location, making a difference about people's ability to cope with the environment. But what I will say is that everyone has to cope with some kind of an environment. And so, one of the things that I think is so really good to just know is that these skills are learnable. They can be taught. We've learned everything else we have in our life, other than, I believe, the things that babies know how to do is like cry, right out the get-go. And very quickly they learn to smile. And these are things that are there for them to get their needs met. And getting our needs met, it's important. And even the learning that your needs are okay. Some people, I remember giving a talk one time, and there was a man that at the end of the workshop, it was his girlfriend was my friend, and she came up to me and said, the talk was so, so helpful. Thank you so much. My boyfriend went out on the lunch break. He's a 50-year-old man. She said he went out on the lunch break. He went to his truck and he cried. Now, this
Good.
was not a real in touch with his feelings kind of, I don't know how to say that. I think that everybody, has feelings, but this man was more of the kind to push them away. And when I spoke with him later, what he shared, which was so profound to me, he said, as a man, I've had this belief my whole life for 50 years that it was my responsibility to look out for other people's feelings. I wasn't supposed to hurt anybody's feelings, which hopefully we don't, but sometimes we do. And I was supposed to take care of other people, but I wasn't ever supposed to need anything myself. And that if I needed something, it was bad or it was wrong. And I've lived under this judgment and shame like my whole life. And when you said needs don't make you needy, they make you natural, he said it just hit him so hard that he just went out to his truck and he cried. And so the way we go about getting those needs met could become needy if we're looking to only one source for that. We have a whole wide world out there and a lot of different ways to get our needs met. But when it comes to the needs themselves, those things are valid. And a person shouldn't feel ashamed for the fact that we need to feel safe, we need to feel heard, we need to belong, we need to have some certainty in our life, we need to have some fun, right? The hierarchy of needs. Those things are real, and it's okay to ask for our needs to be met. And there are also ways to ask that are more effective than other ways. And all of these things can be practiced, taught, and retained once there's enough repetition to make it a habit.
Yes, that definitely, definitely. And once an experience is created, because you create an experience with the thought and the feelings. And in my experience, I participated in a lot of workshops, and there were a lot of things brought up to me similar to this gentleman that you mentioned. And a provider in a family has a burden. And sometimes women are providers, and sometimes immigrants. They continue providing for those left in a homeland. So you don't have to be just the head of the family to have the burden of the provider. And only to become aware that you want to provide and it's good, but it's also hard for you, and sometimes you might need a hug or at least recognition. It helps. It definitely helps. A while back, I had a few webinars on basic human needs and on especially the immigrants' basic human needs. They get to take it from the start again on the 5 levels of the basic human needs. Only the first level remains, the biological level. You need to breathe, you need to eat, you need to sleep, you need to excrete, and that's biological level. But then the second level, where we need to have safety and shelter for an immigrant, for example, they have to start over again. And that it's hard. So once I got some fellow Romanians to understand this, they just went, oh. So once they've accomplished that level, then it takes a while to come back to self-actualization and all others, and the need for belonging. And when all of this are put into a perspective, then they can go, oh, okay, then I can do something about it. And then when you take this needs to the self or to the relationship, which the self is in a relationship, some people place more value over their biological needs: eat, drink, sleep, eliminate, interact physically. And other people place more value over their intellectual thought feelings, intellectual emotional part of themselves. So in a relationship, it's this needs to be well observed. You kind of observe it over the time, but sometimes you kind of get sick and tired. Yes, it's just the physical body. Well, I just want to have a conversation. I can have an intellectual conversation with you. So you kind of learn to give and take, what's more valuable and for that particular person. Yeah.
Well, it's been so nice talking today. And so how do you feel about sharing with people how they can get more information about feelfulness and what it is that you do in case they'd like to be in touch with you?
Well, feelfulness, it's more targeted for practitioners and coaches, and I can be found at feelfulness.org. And my other site for hypnotherapy is at creatingease, EASE.org, because through feelfulness we get to create ease, that flow state that we all are looking for. And how do we get to contact you with your wonderful natural relationships?
So if anyone would like to be in touch with me, my website is Natural Relationships, because I found that to be an easy thing to remember. Also, if you happen to remember my name, you can put in faithdeeter.com and that goes to the exact same place. So either way works for me.
All right. Very good. So this was beautiful, and thank you everybody for participating, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Carmen.
Here's the Feelfulness book, hot off the press. Short and sweet and to the point, but I have to admit some of the fragments are very deep and heavy. I have to read them again and again. I'm not familiar with feelfulness. So, Carmen, what does feelfulness mean?
Randy, feelfulness is the future of mindfulness. It has arrived already, but very few people know about it. Most mindfulness teachers say feel the feeling, because feeling the feeling, you will achieve your outcome. But I don't know of anyone teaching you how to feel the feeling. They just say feel the feeling, but how do you feel the feeling? So feelfulness teaches you how to use the power of thought feelings with word triangles to generate a desired state, feeling by choice, for both therapeutic purpose, peak performance, or mastery.
What are word triangles? You've got the chapter here.
All right, that's a good question. Well, word triangles are meant to provide solutions. Like everything else with Ericksonian methods, they're solution-oriented for problem solving. For generating states, you need evocative words and word triangles, because they are the quickest solution for gaining influence over the limbic language, otherwise known as neural language. And for example, a word triangle, a basic word triangle would be capable of certain content. that I use it as a word triangle because it's persuasive and motivates you to generate a state of confidence without me directing you to confidence. Evocative words are highly effective because they allow you to know the subject matter. I mean, you as a practitioner, it allows you to know the subject matter of what you are communicating, but mostly allows you to talk about things without needing to be specific. You know, the permissiveness, the utilization of the yumminess of Ericksonian, because the more specific you are, the greater the chances the listener has to disagree with you. And disagreements lead to less rapport, which generally means less influence, less motivation, less outcome. And the best word triangles are made of evocators, movers, and descriptors, as listed in the book, some of the examples. Now, evocators are words like responsibility, confidence, progress, growth, which means a lot of different things to different people, hence their emotional dimension. Yeah? Movers, on the other hand, are words that tell a person how to move from one point to the next, such as remember, go, notice, realize, begin, and so on. Descriptors are words used to modify movers, and evocative words such as easily, quickly, suddenly, especially, unique, etc. So another good triangle, another good word triangle that I like very much, is very, very Ericksonian, would be realize, comfortable, ways. And you can see how a single triangle immediately tells you a story that offers you a myriad of solutions, not only because they mean a lot of different things to different people, but because everybody's internal processes are unique. And these triangles provide you with solutions that work best for you in a way that is good for you. So go ahead, mix them up, choose your flavor or the exact flavor the client needs in that particular session.
Oh, so one word wouldn't do it. That's why it's triangles. 3 words are much more stable and much more descriptive. Is that right?
Yes, we need 3 because we want to go from binary states to complex states. And there is a difference between a binary state and a complex state. Binary states, you can easily understand it as either or, up, down, left, right. So there's no room for gradients, and it's very harsh, it's very rigid. And that doesn't work anymore. We have evolved, and a binary doesn't provide solutions in this rapidly moving world. And when it comes to states, the art of feelfulness means to allow yourself to be playful by using these word triangles as patterns to create an experience that is sprinkled with genuine, authentic, and potent positive emotions. So you see how I already used a triangle here to describe to you a complex state, because none of our states are binary. It's not as simple as black and white, up and down, left and right. Life is very complex. People's problems are very complex. Achieving mastery is very complex. And because everybody has their own unique, they have their unique patterns, their own unique experiences. It's binary. It's not sufficient. So permissiveness and utilization and fluiditiveness, it plays a really, really big role. And my biggest appreciation for feelfulness techniques, which in fact are thought feeling practices, is that it allows me to not only realize that I feel emotion just like everyone else, but also realize that I can choose to feel them more potently and feel them on command. Now, this is something a lot of people are not familiar with. Most people are at the mercy of reactionary feeling something as a reaction instead of choosing to feel something to create, to motivate, to influence, especially people helpers. And performers, athletes, performers, leaders, all of them, they learn a bunch of skills, personal development, professional development, and they learn a bunch of skills that eventually turn into fearfulness because they learn how to perform, how to be the best athlete, how to with the team individually or with the team, how to lead people if you're a manager or a leader. But especially for practitioners, it's you need to know generating states. It would be the most beneficial for a practitioner to learn how to use the word triangles to achieve, to come to an outcome rather quickly for the client they're working with in that particular session. And this is quite amazing to be able to generate a state, to be able to generate a complex state and to be able to transfer it to your client or to your group of people is quite amazing, because most people are not even capable of understanding what they feel. Most people are not capable of mindfulness. They're not capable of directing their stream of thoughts to where the thoughts need to go for it to create an achievable outcome. They're just at the whim of their emotion. They're just in stimulus react mode, period. Most people are just in stimulus react mode. But we know that stimulus doesn't always end in a react mode. It can end in individual reaction, stimulus individual reaction. And this is where word triangles, because they're evocative, are going to stimulate an individual reaction for the client, because they're evocative and they have their own patterns and experiences for them to add meaning to it. And therefore, it's going to provide them with solutions that are best for them in a way that's good for them. So now that, well, when we begin to practice fearfulness, that doesn't mean that you will have complete emotional control over yourself, right? Will you? Will you not? Well, I don't know. So try it on and let me know how it goes. And I might just direct you into an unexpected perspective you might just have missed.
Yeah, I think the word triangles is a very, very, very interesting and useful part of the book. Excuse me, I really enjoyed reading that part for sure. There's the when you're talking about generating states, like, let's see, there was a part generating states, and you talked about generating states for practitioners, which I thought was very, very interesting, very, very different, interesting, challenging reading, and so. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've not yet heard about the need for practitioners to generate states. Why should practitioners be generating states?
Well, because practitioners are the first one that need to generate a state, not only because in a client-practitioner relationship, that is a process called transference, there's also a process of contagion. And if for no other purpose, you don't want to have to go into contagion to get your clients a negative state all over you, which a lot of practitioners do. It's unfortunately it's a side effect of our job, but effortlessly generating states for your clients begin with mastering generating state for yourself, having a clear discernment over the similarities and differences, over the flavor. There's flavor gradients, percentages, so to speak, between various states of being. A state of being is not just a state of mind, as most people are inclined to believe, because not a lot of people know about mindfulness. A lot of people don't practice mindfulness. So here is the future of mindfulness and fearfulness. but a state of being comes with gradients, with different flavors. Oftentimes we call them moods, but a state of being, it's much more than just a mood. A state of being, you can shift, you can choose to shift into a particular state. And this is the reason why it's necessary to increase your acuity, perfecting that detached observation skills, or at least attempting to do that non-biased type of keen observation. So when and if you get into the negative patterns, you as a practitioner, if you get into the negative patterns, you will already have the skill through the fearfulness techniques. You will already have the skill to neutralize the undesired emotional reaction, otherwise known as triggers, and you can choose your appropriate response. So once you learn how to do this, then you make this available to your client, because energy has spirit is contagious, right? So you generate a state of being in your spirit, and then that becomes contagious to a client, but that's the good type of a contagion, because if you're happy, everybody wants to be happy, right? So we want to spend more time with happy people than with unhappy people, because spirit is contagious. So fearfulness, it's one of the most complex skills to acquire and to master for oneself. But once practice enough number of times, not too many, because I have a way to make this very simple and easy. In my experience, this has become an automatic habit for me and everyone I taught the skill. You learn, after a little bit of practice, you learn how to shift a state like this. Just like, okay, I'm not going to think left, I'm going to think right. Then you go, well, I'm not going to feel this way, I'm going to feel this way. And it comes over a simultaneous time, simultaneous attention, dimensionality, emotion dimensionality, and we take a thought with a feeling to make it into a fearfulness skill. Because feelings are never separated from thoughts, and thoughts are not separated from emotions. They're just at different gradient, different flavors, different variety. So this fearfulness skills, once mastered, you can generate a state that can be made available or transferred, so to speak, to your client or to your audience, colleagues, family, or group of people. And you see, this is how performers, like you go to a concert and you just love that performance and you come all hyped and you feel good about it. Well, this is what performers do. Or you go to an event and you have a speaker and you're all energized by it. Well, this is what they do, right? But a lot of them have a talent to it. A lot of them have a knack to it. And some of them don't. And the thing is that if you don't feel quite good physically, biologically, you don't feel quite good, you're not going to be able to generate that state as good as a performer or as a presenter and this hinders the things that you have to do, because we cannot be confined by just not feeling perfectly biologically, and we've learned that by now, right? Well, you have a virus, you do the best you can, but keep on doing it, right? So here are these techniques that are going to teach you how to generate that state where you're there performing and where you are there to transfer the state to a client or to an audience, to a group or individual, one by one, or to a group, even though you don't feel good. Even though there might be some triggers, stay away from triggers, even though you don't feel perfectly fine physically because you might be running a cold, or, who knows, you might just be tired. Or maybe you're just going through experiencing some loss that you don't feel like smiling 100%. All of these are normal states of being, and they don't limit your performance. They don't limit your giving. And I found ways that are quick, they're rather playful ways, but they're playful. And when I'm teaching these techniques, I have you go through the techniques several times. because I want this to register into your muscle memory, neuroplasticity. So we practice this a few times, and then it registers into your autopilot, and then all of a sudden you're just gonna know, and you're gonna forget what you knew how to do that from.
You practice what specifically? I mean, what do you teach specifically to practice that?
Well, the teaching you, there's several steps in learning how to generate a state to make it available for others. Everybody wants to say this, like, yeah, I want to learn how to make it available for others. We already do that, but we're not quite aware of it. And we are still in stimulus response mode. But if I am to take a binary state into a complex state, for example, if I am to, a binary state would be confident versus doubtful. It's either or, up and down, left and right, right? So we are taught to either suppress or eliminate. I'm not gonna ask you to suppress or eliminate doubtful. And then you might go, oh, what do you mean? I want to be confident. I don't want to be doubtful. And then I go, well, I want you to doubt, actually. I want you to doubt your old perceived limitation. And then you're going to go, oh, I want that. Well, yes, of course you do. But in a binary state, we are limited into finding solution and solving problems to either or. And life is not either or. So when we go from confident to doubtful, the very first triangle I'm going to take you in is, let's doubt your or perceived limitation. And that's very evocative to you. I'm already influencing and motivating you. You're already motivated. Yes, I don't want my limitation. Yeah. And then I want you to consider. So when I'm guiding you into consider, that's also very flexible. It's like, oh, so I don't have to do it, kind of sort of in the back of your mind, because we are tired, or I have to do it. We are tired of my or the highway. This is the way. If you don't do it right, you're going to get an F. You're not going to pass the exam. So we're old enough. We're not 20 years old anymore. We're not 40 years old anymore, right? So when I have you already doubt your perceived limitation and consider it, opens you up to possibilities, and then I'm having you consider your current competences, and you go, oh, I'm good at something, and I didn't even mention confidence, and I didn't even mention you being good at something. But right there, in less than 5 minutes, I've already addressed the biggest issue that you're facing, confidence. And then for the rest of the day and for the rest of the week, you're going to be thinking about, oh, I can be doubtful of that old perceived limitation. Oh, I'm going to consider, of course I am currently competent at something. So right there, it's very evocative, it's very permissive, and utilizes that which you already have to enhance it in a way that's good for you, that you can do better.
As good as this book is, I mean, and it's very, very good. As good as this book is this enough just to read it? Because it's pretty complex. I liked it a lot, but it's got some pretty deep ideas. Is it enough just to read this book, or should somebody come to you or learn how to learn the skills of fearfulness?
Well, I would encourage everybody to come and learn the skills. This goes in several different levels, and everybody can take as little or as much as they want. But time is of concern for everybody. And if they begin with reading the book, Fearfulness, then they are at a good start, right? And this fearfulness doesn't replace anything you've done and you've learned and you've practiced by now. It adds to it, and it's, for example, something that people are not familiar with is different layers of thought. How do you know when you are thinking with a larger perspective. And how many layers? I mean, there's value thinking, values, layers of thinking, but then there's layers of thought that you want to go deep, which is actually not deep, it's rather wide. So I'm identifying it in the book, and I find that a lot of people are fascinated by this layer of thought, in addition to everything else, up until they begin to learn the skills. So I teach these skills one-on-one, and I also teach them in small groups. And I also make this available online for on-demand classes for people that want to take it on demand when they have time, if they don't have time to show up when I am live. And even for that, when it goes on demand, I make myself available at least once a month to go over Q&A and work with individuals' unique patterns. One of my specialty is reading people's processes. Everybody has their own processes, their patterns to their processes, and I'm gifted with recognizing this in people rather quickly. And then I take this information and I help them through their processes. I offer perspectives that help and loosen up their processes, loosen up the binary, the rigidity. And then a lot of people go, oh, I never thought of that. Mm-hmm. So if all we do is just go, never thought of that, then I have achieved a great deal. Because a lot of the things, there's a lot of seeds in here. Yeah, seeds that are going to grow a tree, and they're going to go fruits, and you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Yeah, seeds that I'm helping you put in there, and this is actually something very pleasant to do. And a lot of people, especially intellectuals, they're a bit puzzled by it at the beginning because it's not linear. It's not step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then here's the question, answer the question, and then pass the exam. And then it may be a bit puzzling to older people, but younger people take on it much quicker and much faster. And I've been practicing this for a long time, and I've been teaching it for about 12 years. And throughout time, I've had the opportunity to observe the biggest stumbling blocks that people have, and I can make it easier for them. So I do not teach in large groups, in very large groups. I like to keep it small because it's more beneficial. A lot of people like to be famous and have thousands of people on a webinar, seminar. That's not my intent. I am fully invested in you acquiring the skills. And through this process, either one-on-one or the small group, we have to have time for that connection. I need time to study your processes and recognize which of your processes are not that they're not clear, because they are clear, but maybe they're over there in the background, you're not prioritizing them. And then if I bring that to your awareness, then you go, of course I can do that. So you cannot do this in large group of people. So smaller groups, one-on-one and smaller groups. And groups are very beneficial because a lot of miracles happen in a group. Because when you have workshops like this in a group, when somebody asks a question, everybody gets an answer. And it's quite magical. So it usually takes about 2 hours a week, and then a little bit of practice on your own time. It's not time consuming because it's pleasant. I make it pleasant, and some people can't get enough of it.
What's the name of the website that you? I don't think you mentioned the website for somebody to go to for the on-demand stuff.
Yeah, the website would be feelfulness.org. Yeah, just the name of the book, .org. It's not .com, it's .org. And that's my other website, and they can find a little bit of more information and something that they can tie fearfulness into right now nowadays is pretty much emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, it's an umbrella that encompasses many skills. So fearfulness, you're going to learn applied emotional intelligence, at least applied emotional intelligence, and more and more and more and more. And through the process of acquiring this techniques, one of the first few things that we need to touch up on is attentional and observational skills. Especially nowadays, we are bombarded with information. It's become so hard for us to tend to all of the information that's coming at us. It's just all kinds of emails and handheld devices and notification, and you have to give 10 answers in 3 seconds. Well, a human is not capable of that, right? And the human brain can process about 24, 30 frames per second. A computer processes a few billions frames per second. But we are at the process in the evolutionary, whatever we evolve, because planet is going to a lot of turmoil right now. But as we have evolved, for us to process at 24, 30 frames per second, we cannot keep up. So we need to process at 60 frames per second. But the way to do that, we cannot do that in binary mode. And nobody's teaching us these skills. I happened to stumble upon this skills of allocating attentional resources with gradients of, with flavors and gradients and percentage, and having something that I call simultaneous time. In simultaneous time, you can observe multiple events, but you don't have to allocate all of your attentional resources to all of the events. You can be aware of several events happening at the same time. You have 10 emails, you have to give an answer in 3 seconds. You can be aware of all of them and quickly learn. After you learn the skills, you'll learn, well, first, not to be overwhelmed, yeah, and then how to prioritize quickly. And this needs to happen quickly. If we need our brain to process at 60 frames per second, all of this needs to happen quickly. And for something to happen quickly, needs to be an automatic habit. And for something to be an automatic habit, needs to register in the muscle memory. And to register in the muscle memory, you need to practice. And the neuroplasticity makes this available to you because the brain is plastic. Yeah, the brain is the brain, and your mind is not the brain. Your mind is a tool that your brain uses to distinguish between similarities and differences. So as we, through the fearfulness, to acquire the capacity to process 60 frames per second, meaning thoughts, right? It's thoughts and emotions. You will, you learn how to allocate attentional resources with what's in front of you and worry less about what's in the future or worry about whether it was done good in the past. Not forgetting and eliminating it, but you take moment by moment by moment, but it's an art. It's an art and it's available. And I've been teaching this. Everybody I've been teaching this, they keep telling me everybody needs to learn this. And I go, well, I know, everybody needs this. One simple skill that takes you 20 minutes for the first time to learn it, and you practice the skill a little bit, eventually becomes an automatic habit for you in a couple of weeks. And then you forget you actually learned that skill from me. You forget you had to spend time, 20 minutes to learn this particular skill and how to allocate your attentional resources. And a lot of people don't even know what attentional resources is. So it pretty much means pay attention. But what do you pay attention to, and how much attention do you pay in that moment over multiple events that are happening? So it comes down to allocating your attention over simultaneously over what's happening 60 frames per second. So that's a lot to process, and process that without being overwhelmed.
You said everyone really needs this book. Is that what inspired you to write it?
Yes, because I started teaching these techniques to some people, and when I saw this many years ago, and when I saw their growth, I mean, they leaped, they didn't grow, they leaped, right? Everybody told me, everybody needs this, and it's like, I know everybody needs this. But I am not about to take the route of becoming what it takes to become. I'm not going to go that route now. So I've been teaching this to people that are interested, and I am available to teach the skills to people that are interested. And this goes in levels. It goes in levels and in layers, and you can go at your own time. So right now I'm making the levels being 8 weeks at a time to begin with. So 8 weeks, you spend about 2 hours a week. For 8 weeks, you're going to learn a lot. Because I take complex concepts and make them simpler for you to absorb and digest. And this book, Fearfulness, it's been waiting to be written for a long time. And when I first started to write, to author my books, I started in 2013, 2014. I came up with the problem solving first, with creating these books as a problem solving, because I figured that's more beneficial for people. It's more beneficial for the reader to have their problem solved, as opposed to me presenting the concept. But it's been waiting on a back burner for me, and it's time for it to be out. More and more people are familiar with mindfulness. A lot of people embrace it, especially the medical community embraces mindfulness too. Back in 2014, 2013, I wasn't aware of a lot of people embracing mindfulness, but at least by now they at least know what it is. So fearfulness is what follows after mindfulness.
There's been some criticism about mindfulness in the sense that it's become so commercialized that it's now a prescription, and now it's something that it's a cottage industry that people is a fix all for everything.
Okay, well, it can be, but what mindfulness teaches you to quiet your mind and direct your stream of thoughts. So it takes effort to do that, right? So with fearfulness, I'm going to teach you indirectly how to quiet your mind and direct your stream of thoughts. Because I'm going to start with playful skills and playful techniques, and it's much easier to quiet your thoughts if I occupy your thoughts with something that is evocative and that is conceptual, right? If you go about quieting your mind just like that in meditation, a lot of people are not capable of doing that. They have just too many thoughts running around. So here I have layers of thoughts, and I am describing what layer of thought are you in when you have thoughts running around. So even that definition helps a lot. But at the beginning, when we begin the skills, I present a lot of concepts and a little bit of science of how the brain works and how the mind works and how nutrients are important to the brain. For example, oxygen. Why is oxygen so important? Well, it's very important if you want to think properly and feel good. And then we begin with playful techniques. I occupy your thoughts with something simple but very specific, and something interesting happens. You still have thoughts. You're thinking more precisely, quite maybe a little bit concentrating, but you're doing it in a playful manner at the beginning. This is not the mindfulness. And then all of a sudden in 20 minutes, you find yourself like you've rested for 2 weeks. It's amazing. It's absolutely mind-boggling, amazing. And I am able to make this easier for you because through the word triangles are at the heart of this. Because the word triangles are evocative, they're going to influence and motivate you in a way that's good for you, in a way that it works with your processes, right? And then your processes are going to automatically adjust in a way that's good for you. Because we're tired by now with either or. This is the way to do it, and if you don't do it this way, then you got it wrong. And how we had enough of that. So we dimensionality is here already. People are experiencing it. They're expressing it. They're talking about states. Like I saw someone the other day saying to somebody else, like, you're in a state. I know what they meant. Right? But we can learn to generate a state, and we can go as simple and as complex as you want. But we're going to begin with word triangles, and then we're going to go with 4 words, then with 5 words, then with more of this. And it's playful. It's very enlightening. It adds a lot of clarity, and it solves a lot of problems. It's very therapeutic in a sense.
Yeah, I think you explain it really nice in the book, and it's very, very helpful. You're right. What did you learn for yourself when you were writing this book?
That it was quite. That's interesting, right? Because there is all of this knowledge that you want to grab from this knowledge and put it into a book and make this available to the readers. But what I learned in writing this book and my other books is that I need to be more specific to give more examples. And that is a bit troublesome because I am stepping out of binary. Binary learning, linear learning comes with a lot of examples and a lot of specificity. And because I'm adding permissiveness and utilization and fluidity and resilience and all that, that doesn't come with a lot of examples. And so I've learned to be more specific and give examples that are general, that everybody can relate to, because this way the concepts are easier to understand, because they're evocative, and it can mean different things to different people, because everybody has their own unique set of life experiences.
So you learned that it helps to give specific and to give examples, and yeah, I think the examples in the book are very helpful, actually. So I'm glad that you chose to go that way. I think they're very specific. Not as specific as if it's one-on-one, but it's a good start. And then what surprised you the most when you wrote the book?
Yes, that's interesting to say, but I'm going to address the specificity first. If you need more specificity in this book it's more conceptual. And here I'm giving you an example of how to generate a state very shortly, very quickly. Why? Because in the first book, Creating Ease at Life, I have gone over and presented to you 6 different states. I'm walking you slowly, step by step, in writing and in audio, on how to generate a state, right? And it's written in a very simple format. And don't let simple mislead you to insignificant, because no way. Some of the most simple things in life are highly significant, like the act of breathing. Yeah, breathing is very simple for most people. Not for everybody, but for most people, yeah, it's automatic. You don't exert effort to breathe, right? So, but it's very significant, right? So there is an example over here on how to generate the states, and I go through it rather quickly because fearfulness is more conceptual, but Creating Ease will provide you with more details and more examples and more how to do this and how to do this, and here's an example, and here's the most important state that you could ever, if you like. In Creating Ease, I'm presenting 5 basic states that, if these are the only 5 states that you learn to generate and learn to practice and be that at all times, everything else follows. Because there are basic needs that everybody has. They have basic needs, and as humans, communities, city, countries, cultures, we all have similar needs as generating states. So it took me a while to ponder upon what would be the most common, familiar, basic, and most needed states when I came up with Creating Ease. So that's what I did there in Creating Ease. It's available in written form and audio. Not audio book, but the thought filling practices are available in audio form. And fearfulness book, it's also on my website. I made available a few fearfulness practices. I believe I have like 3 or 4 techniques. Like if you get the book from my website, you're also going to have access to 3 or 4 thought filling practices. And the other question, what surprised me most when I wrote the books, they were my beta readers, the beta readers' reactions and great questions. They had great questions, just like you have great questions now. And their reactions, well, was mostly their reactions, not as much as their questions, because sometimes people don't know what to ask. Because sometimes I present things that are so simple, like, here's the solution. And then a lot of people kind of pause. It's like, oh, I have the solution? Well, yeah. Well, I've been looking for it 30 years. Well, here it is, right? So mostly the reader's reaction helped me come up with writing down some of the examples, which are harder to do in general terms, because when I'm face-to-face with someone, I know what they need to hear based on their processes. Like I said earlier, everybody has their own internal processes and they have patterns to it. And one of my talents is seeing and recognizing people's processes. It's not this is one of the hardest thing to. This is the most important thing when you work with people, when you work with clients. This is what we all need the most. How does someone processes things, right? So it's very unique and very individual. Erickson was very good at that, right? And he became famous for it. So when I'm one-on-one with someone, go ahead.
It's Milton Erickson, for people who might not know. Milton Erickson, the hypnotist. Excuse me.
Yeah, well, yeah, Milton Erickson is the father of Ericksonian hypnotherapy. He revolutionized hypnotherapy. And he utilized individual people's processes. He worked directly with the processing with the limbic language, otherwise known as neural language, and he used a lot of triplicates, a lot of word triangles. And he might be the very seed that created and made a basis for NLP, neuro-linguistic language programming, which is actually deprogramming. So yes, when I'm one-on-one with someone, there are similar patterns. I mean, as humans, we kind of have similar processes, but out of the general processes, there are sub-processes and sub-processes. So I am looking for how individual person's processes work at sub-layers. And once I have that information, I can guide them to their results much, much quicker.
You know, when I see people do neuro-linguistic stuff, I always wonder, which a lot of it came from Milton Erickson, studying Milton Erickson. But I always wonder, are they putting people in a trance or not? Because they don't look like they are.
No, it's not. No, the neuro-linguistic is very vast. There's a lot to it. There's intellectuality and there is practice to it, but there's something to be practiced. It comes down to a lot of techniques.
But what I wanted to know, just in terms of this, is this closer to what you're talking about? Because you're talking about generating states. Is that closer to the neuro-linguistic style or hypnotic style?
None and both. Neither and both. There are neuro-linguistic techniques and there's hypnotic techniques, and then combining the two of them, you come up with feelfulness, because hypnotherapy doesn't teach you feelfulness. NLP doesn't teach you feelfulness. NLP, well, depending on how NLP, like with any, I don't want to call it a science, but it is a science. Like with any discipline, is gonna give you a set of criteria and a set of not rules, but a set of criteria and definitions and layers and sub layers. As a discipline, it's going to give you that. But feelfulness is not a discipline. It might become a discipline. I'm not intending for it to become a discipline, but it's not neuro-linguistic, it's not hypnotherapy, it's not mindfulness, it's not meditation, but it's all of them. Right? It's a little bit of all, and a lot of common sense, and practicality, of course.
Well, is there anything else that you wanted to mention about it?
No, I think that's it. I think we talked about it good enough, unless you have any more questions that you might be curious of, or do you think people should know?
No, well, they should know they can get it on Amazon or your website, thefeelfulness.org, and it's very...
If they get it on my website, they're also going to get free techniques, free thought feeling practices with it. If they get it on Amazon, they're going to get just the book, just the written words, and then that's that. So I encourage everyone to get a copy from my website. Well, if they need a printed copy, they need to go to Amazon. I might have some printed copy available. If you want to get it from me and have a signed copy, you can ask me for it. But from my website, you can access the written book from your phone, from your tablet, from your laptop. You can put it on auto read and have a lady over there or a guy over there read in whatever accent you want to have it, in American or in Australian English or in British English. You can have that. I don't know if I'm going to take the time for me to do an audiobook on feelfulness because I'm busy with feelfulness practices and developing this feelfulness practice and making it available to a public in a way that's good for them, more affordable, and on their own time.
Yeah, the cost is very, very reasonable, very reasonable, and really, would you just really scratch the surface of what's in here. There's so much more stuff like that.
Oh yes, yes, that's a lot more. Yeah, I encourage everybody to read the book because a lot of people are emotional intelligence has become a requirement. Mindfulness, it's old news already. Fearfulness is the future. And if you want to have the capacity to process at 60 frames per second and and be successful and be masterful at what you do, whether you're a practitioner, psychotherapist, a hypnotherapist, Reiki practitioner, a people helper, whether you teacher, a coach or a teacher, you're a people helper, whether you're a manager or a leader, it doesn't matter. If you work with people that you help those people in a way, I call them people helpers, this is definitely for you. It's absolutely definitely for you. And how deep and how long you want to go, it's up to you. Not everybody has the same needs, right? But to be able to go quicker, faster, more effective, more productive in a way that's good for you and for them, and to be able to generate a state and make that available to your client, your group of people, that is just something everybody wants to have. This is what we're looking for when we want to come into our mastery. And this is done without you receiving a lot of accolades. It's just you having a good session and a client or the student saying to you, wow, that was really good, thank you. So that will be your success. And you get to reach more people this way. Instead of having a client come to you for the rest of the year, they're going to come to you for a couple of months and then have their life solved.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I've got.
All right. Thank you very much.
See you next time.
All right. Yes. See you on the next. Very interesting topic today. We're going to present my latest book, Fearfulness, that is now out on my website, creatingease.org/books, and also out on my other website, fearfulness.org, fearfulness.org. And you also might be familiar with my other books. This is the second edition of Creating Ease at Life is out, and the second edition of Creating Ease at Work is also out. They are available on creatingease.org/books. But I'm very excited to present my latest book, Fearfulness, right here. It's a short book. Doesn't have as many pages as the other one, and I encourage you to read this book because the whole planet is going through a lot of turmoil, and everybody needs to learn how to feel good by choice. Randy?
So what? I guess the first question is kind of obvious, but what promoted you to write the book? What am I trying to say? Not promote. What motivated you?
Well, this book, it's been waiting on my to-do list for quite a few years. When I wrote the first book, Creating Ease at Life, back in 2014, it actually needed to be this book, Fearfulness, but it was too heavy of a concept to be written at that time. And instead of me writing the book about fearfulness, I gave the solutions. I'm a problem solver and solution oriented. So I gave out the workshops because I used to hold a lot of workshops. So that's what I did with Creating Ease. So it was about time for me to come up and get the fearfulness out, because fearfulness is, we all need to learn fearfulness. Fearfulness is not mindfulness. And what fearfulness teaches you, well, this book is going to describe to you how fearfulness works, and it's going to give you a few ideas of how you can implement it. And then in the original books, in the Creating Ease books, you have the practices, the thought feeling practices. So you can have both books and learn how to feel a feeling by choice. Now, that's quite a skill to acquire, but it's not as complicated to do. So I encourage everybody to read the book, because you too, Randy, have gotten a really good taste on what it's like to feel a feeling kind of by choice, kind of by when I guided you in a bunch of sessions, and then you reported you were happy for quite a few days and you weren't quite sure why were you happy, because there were no clear reasons for you to be happy, as your patterns were telling you that there wasn't a particular event in your life to create happiness, but then you had the feeling of fearfulness. So if you've experienced fearfulness, and of course fearfulness is not just about being happy, but this is what most of the people look for. Everybody wants to be happy, because once we're happy, we don't need anything more. So yeah, maybe you can tell us a little bit about how it was for you to just feel happy for no reason.
Well, it was good. It was nice. It was a nice feeling. It was hard to. I think one of the things that you address, one of the things hypnosis to address, well, maybe that you address, is that we're responsible for our internal states, so that we don't, or I didn't. I think one of the insights is I didn't have to wait for something good to happen to be content or happy. I'm not sure if happy is the right word. I guess it is, but there wasn't a need for something good to happen or something bad not to happen to be happy, or to have any state of mind. So it was good, because hypnosis kind of deals with that too, helps us become responsible for our emotions.
Yes, you got it very good, and you are correct. We don't have to wait for anything out of the ordinary to happen for us to feel content, for us to feel somewhat satisfied, or at least not to feel critical or resentful or upset or anxious about what's going on with life. So we do, to some extent, we have the capacity to choose a feeling by choice to how we wish to feel in a moment. Like right now, as me and you are doing this presentation, we want to feel relaxed, and we don't want to feel nervous talking about these things. And it's actually something really easy to do once you learn the techniques. It's like a lot of people want to do live because there's a lot of videos going on and people have to create a lot of content, but a lot of people are very nervous about being in front of a camera. And it takes a little bit of practice to become comfortable with it. But there are techniques to direct your thoughts and direct and allocate attentional resources in such manner that benefits and aids and enhances what you need to do in the moment. There is something called thought management. In the book, I'm talking about thought management. I'm talking about layers of thought. I'm talking about hierarchies of thought, thought level values. I'm talking about the conscious and the subconscious, and how not well, a little bit of how the subconscious works, but what's the must have for the subconscious to deliver you what you want, because the conscious mind is the creative part, but the subconscious mind is the generator. So with the conscious mind, it's, let's give it about 20%, and the subconscious mind about 80%. So if we want to rewrite a habit, for example, we need to work with the subconscious mind. But in order to rewrite a habit in the subconscious mind, we need to create a pattern. And there are several steps that are involved in creating a pattern. It's really not that difficult to do, and it doesn't require hours and hours of meditation, and it doesn't require thousands of hours of hypnosis either. It's going to speed up the process if you know how to meditate. It's going to speed up the process if you know how to do self-hypnosis. That's definitely going to help. And for people that already are aware of their internal states, people that can easily recognize and are aware of what they're sensing, people that are aware of being aware, it's going to go a bit faster, but it's not a requirement. This applies to everybody that wants to have the capacity to choose to feel a feeling by choice. This is available, and this is called feelfulness. There are techniques. So I coined the term feelfulness back in 2011 because there is a need for such thing. Mindfulness, it's a good practice, and a lot of people practice mindfulness. A lot of people are familiar with mindfulness. Some people are not, but a lot of people are. But that's not sufficient. Just directing your thoughts and quieting your mind, it's rather difficult to do because of what's happening, because of the acceleration of consciousness, because of the overwhelm of information and evolution of technology. It's very hard to quiet our minds. So then what? Well, then feelfulness. You want to have a fullness of feeling at your capacity, feeling your competency, and feeling your content, your satisfaction with life in that moment. And I'm not talking about you feeling this about all of your life, because we have a conglomerate of feelings and emotions over what we've achieved and what we haven't achieved throughout life. But we do have the capacity to not only direct our thoughts, direct our stream of thoughts for a task, for that what you set out about to do. Like you go into a meeting and you want to be relaxed and you want to give a good presentation when you're in a meeting. So there are techniques for you to manage your stream of thoughts and adjust the sensations and transform the emotions into a feeling, because emotions and feelings are two different things. So we have the capacity to take an emotion and transform it into a feeling and walk into the meeting perfectly confident, competent, and presenting what you need to present without the worries that are you doing it good or you're not doing it good, and is the boss gonna like it, is the boss not gonna like it. So a lot of people worry they have high anxiety, and this keeps them from doing things, and it keeps them from enjoying life, and it keeps them from taking the next step into what they need to achieve, into achieving their goals. But we can eliminate that. That's easy to eliminate through the feelfulness techniques. And feelfulness techniques, it works in a variety of ways. as a practitioner, you you learn how to generate a state. It takes a little bit of work to do that, but it's a very pleasant type of a work. It's not hard work. So it takes a little bit of practice to learn how to generate a state. And once, as a practitioner, you've learned how to generate a state, then you can transfer that state to your client, to your patient, to your significant other, to the group of people you're presenting to. So this process is already known as transference in therapy, and this happens automatically. So, but if it happens automatically, it happens automatically because it has happened a number of times before. So it created a pattern that which the subconscious needs in order to manifest, in order to produce a habit automatically, is because a pattern has been imprinted in the subconscious. So if that, then let's choose, let's make a choice. So instead of having an automatic transference, like a lot of practitioners, they take on the heaviness of the from their clients, from their patients. You know, people coming with a lot of difficulties, and all of these difficulties are transferred into the practitioner to the therapist, and that's a heavy load to carry. Then what do? Well, you do fearfulness, because there are ways for you to, there are things you can do with your thoughts and your feelings, a thought feeling practice that doesn't require a lot of time. It doesn't require you time to set time apart for you to do it. There's techniques you can do in an instant as you are engaging in the activity. You have a practitioner, you as a practitioner have a client in front of you at the same time as you talk and as you listen and as you do therapy or as you guide or as you do coaching or whatever it is that you do with your client. You kind of in the background, you can generate a state and make that available. Like for the very first state you want to generate is the state of calmness and being content, not hilariously happy, because happiness comes in gradients, right? And we don't have to be 100% happy all the time. Like, I'm happy now, but I'm not 100% happy. And a lot of people mistake happiness for 100% happiness, and if they're not 100% happy, then they're not happy, which is not true. So there's a lot of complexity in fearfulness that I have simplified. I made it very, very simple. But then again, don't be fooled by the fact that if something is simple, it's not significant, because the most simple things in life are simple. The act of breathing. So it's very simple for those that don't have breathing problem, that don't have a health issue related to their breathing. So fearfulness is it's it. This is the mindfulness of the future, fearfulness. So as practitioners, as people helpers, whether you're a therapist, whether you're a coach, whether you're a Reiki master, whether you're a teacher, a piano teacher, or whatever other teacher, whether you're a manager, whether you're a leader, when you work with people and it is your duty to help them, to guide them into something, that's what a leader would do, that's what a manager would do, then definitely that's what a therapist and a coach would do. You are guiding people towards something, to achieving a goal, right? You can definitely have better results and enhance the results by generating that state that the client, the people in front of you need. Maybe sometimes they need to be more focused. Maybe they need to be more attentive. And then you can generate that state within you and make it available. And this is one of the most wonderful, wonderful things that we can do. And a lot of people understand it's not just compassion. No, it's not just compassion. It is an advanced skill, but because it's advanced, it doesn't mean it takes you 24 years of schooling to get to achieve these skills. No, not at all. So first, when I published the first book, Creating Is, the first book, and then this is the second book, Creating Is at Work. When I first published this book, I was so excited to bring feelfulness to the public, in addition to all the workshops that I used to do back then, that I figured to come out with a solution and give you the recipe for creating ease. In the end, everybody wants ease in life. Whatever it is that they're doing, they want it to be a bit more easier. If they're happy, they want to be happier. If they make money, they want to make more money, and they want to make it easier. If they drive a car, they want to drive it smooth. If they have a relationship, they want to have ease in that relationship. Ease is not the same as easy. Ease takes a little bit of effort, but not as much effort as one would believe. So fearfulness was about time to get this thing out, and it's not. Look at this. It's a short book. It's a short book because it's conceptual, and I'm introducing concepts. And this is not something completely new on the face of the earth, because if we go back to one of my teachers, which is William James, he's the father of functional psychology. Well, William James, through a lot of introspection, William James had, he was dealing with a lot of medical issues, with a lot of conditions, medical conditions, that they were diagnosed somewhat as functional conditions, and to some extent, doctors believe that he was depressed, and he started believing that he was depressed, and then he started contemplating whether he is depressed or not depressed. Well, he dealt with a lot of muscle pain, digestive issues, back pain, and some breathing issues too, but not necessarily a big diagnosis like you have everybody knows a big diagnosis. So through his introspection, William James, he observed that he can exercise his will to take him out of the perceived depression. And at that point, he realized, and he started teaching others. He founded he's the father of functional psychology. He was more interested of how to get from point A to point B, the function of things, as opposed to the definition of things. Because a lot of academia is heavily involved in the definition of things. And here's the concept, and there's the definition of concept, and here's the criteria, and here are the bullet points, and that's how you get to the concept. But William James, he was interested on evolution, he was interested on application and how things function. And through the power of his will, he was able to get out of depression. So at that point, he realized that we have a will that we can exercise, that free will it's not something given, but it's something that it's free for you to choose, that choices, you can make choices. So this is a big deal. And unfortunately, it hasn't been made popular, as popular as rock stars, right? Although this is really such, it's no secret, but it's so important to the well-being and to the health of everybody. Just imagine you being not feeling good about the day, or you lost somebody, or whatever unpleasant happened, and then to just the fact that you have the knowledge that you can shift yourself out of it and bring yourself to a better state. Only that little knowledge, it's gonna expand your life, right? So that's what William James did, right? But then we have Milton Erickson. So Milton Erickson, my other teacher, these are my two main influences, William James and Milton Erickson. Milton Erickson, you're very familiar with Randy. He was struck by polio. So it wasn't depression, something that is thought to be non-physical, which nowadays we know there is a physicality aspect to depression. But when you're struck by the polio virus, Milton Erickson, he was bedridden. He was 17 years old and he was flat in bed. He couldn't walk, he couldn't move. He had difficulty swallowing. He had difficulty breathing because of the neuromuscular transmission wasn't working right. So with the knowledge already provided by William James that you have the capacity to choose, you can choose to get out of it. What did Milton Erickson did? Well, he was flat in bed and he wasn't doing much at 17 years old. So he started using his thoughts and he went back to the memories when he was able to walk. And he started visualizing, he started to running to allocate his attentional resources on those memories. I am able to walk. And he will run his memories, visualization, and all the memories like a movie through his head. And guess what? Eventually, he was able to walk. So it's not like medicine, like there was a particular type of medicine that he could have been administered to make his muscles work better. Because when you deal with neuromuscular, that's not. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult. So Milton Erickson did this with the power of his will, with the power of his imagination, with his thought feelings. He thought himself walking, he felt himself walking, and then he was able to walk again. And what followed after? Well, he became a psychiatrist and he revolutionized hypnotherapy because he understood, he's already experienced the power of hypnosis and self-hypnosis. And he revolutionized hypnotherapy. And you're familiar with Erickson in hypnosis, so you've got a taste of it.
But this book is written for the general public, right?
It's written. I'm using neuro language for this book. So with the use of neuro language, we can just like I did with the other books. The book is written at different layers with different levels, and this book is more targeted to practitioners, definitely to practitioners, but it's anybody that's interested in personal development, in improving something that they want to get better at. This is how you do it. And this is the concept. And everybody else in personal development and spirituality, they talk about feeling the feeling is the secret. Well, this is what William James did. He felt the feeling of choosing not to be depressed and getting out of it. This is what Milton Erickson did. He felt the feeling of being able to walk again, and he walked. So I have my own stories of feeling the feeling of something that I've achieved, and I overcame a bunch of obstacles. And this is not the theory. Absolutely not. It's not theory. It's something I've experienced, just like William James experienced it, just like Milton Erickson experienced it. So have I experienced it. Then I want to put it in a written form to make it available to public, to make it available for everybody that wants to be happier, that wants to be healthier, that wants to increase their well-being. So it's quite a skill to acquire. And once you acquire the skill, nothing can shake you. Nothing can take you off your center. there is something called being centered, being in your center. A lot of people understand it as confidence, being confident and competent. And once you get into that place, that is, I like to call that place smile in a heart, right? Because it's easy to recognize a smile in a heart. I mean, we can always smile with the heart, even if these muscles are not working. But sometimes these muscles are not working, right? So when you get to that place, you learn how to maintain it in spite of any difficulties. Now, is this center going to be a bit wobbly as you go through difficulties of life, especially what we've experiencing for the past 20 some years? Yes, there's going to be a little bit of wobbliness, right? But it's not going to take you off. It's not going to destroy you. It's merely going to propel you further. It's going to merely to propel you to do better and better and better. Because you've already have it, you've acknowledged it, you taste it, and you want to have more of it. And emotional intelligence also talks a lot about it. And emotional intelligence is presented more in an intellectual type of an aspect. And the reason emotional intelligence has gotten a better grasp on the business industries is that businesses, they have goals all the time. They have goals to achieve. They have to get somewhere. Well, that's what they're in business, because they have goals to achieve, right? So, and people need to stay motivated, and it's not easy to keep your employees motivated. If you have a few hundreds, maybe even if you have 5 employees, you still have to keep them motivated, and you still have to have them accountable for the goals they need to achieve. But emotional intelligence has gotten a good grip in the business arena because of this reason. But it's available to everybody else. So language is also very important. The words that we use are very important. But what's happening with the language lately is that conceptually we're beginning to use different types of words for the exact same concept. And one example, it would be, look at the digital thing. You have the cell phone, you have the desktop, you have the laptop, you have a tablet, and only if you want to delete something, you're either gonna put it into recycle bin, or you're gonna put it into trash, or you're gonna delete it, or it's gonna go into junk. Well, you already have 4 different words, 4 different vocabulary words that refer to the same concept. So it's becoming, it confuses people, and it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. So through here, I've introduced concept in creating ease as well. I mean, this is very conceptual as well. And over here, I'm giving you the secret to ease, and I'm giving you how to implement fearfulness. Over here, I'm giving you the definition of what fearfulness is, the definition of it, and what it's about, and what does it take, and how does it work. And I've been teaching these techniques for a very, very long time, and it was about time to put it in a written form, to make it available to the public, because these techniques are easy to acquire, and they're long lasting. It's pure neuroplasticity. It's pure neuroplasticity, and a lot of people have done it. But again, I'm going to go back to William James, and I'm going to go back to Milton Erickson and many other people like them, that they've reached this place, and they were able to modify their biology through the power of their will, through the power of their thinking. But it wasn't just thought, it was thought feeling. It's a thought and a feeling together. Thought feelings are not separate. Emotions might be separate from thoughts, and thoughts might cause emotions, and emotions might cause thoughts, but thought feelings, they're always together. And we do have the power, we do have the capacity to use our thought feelings to increase our well-being. It's absolutely doable, and this is what we should make popular, not criticizing left and right with what's been happening lately, a lot of criticism. That's not what needs to be made popular. Well-being of people needs to be made popular, because we are at a point in our acceleration of consciousness that most of us are overwhelmed. If with nothing else, only with technology we are overwhelmed. It's like all of a sudden it's like, what do I click? Oh, this used to be on a lower left corner and now they moved it. So where did they move it? It's a lot. It's heavy. So it doesn't have to be anything that is conceptual. If we remember the concept, if we imprint the concept and the mechanism of the concept, the details, you can choose the details. But what's happening is that people don't necessarily, they don't know how to choose anymore. They don't know what they want. And it's hard to choose because there is such thing as decision fatigue. Too much to choose from. So in the book over here, I give people some example of what to choose from. I present with some of the choices. And then in this book, Creating Ease at Work and then Creating Ease at Life, I've presented people how to implement those choices. And it's not a small thing, not at all. And there's a lot of people that I taught this skill to, and they come back with great results. But the most beautiful thing that happens, Randy, is that with clients, when I have sessions with clients and I go over the intake, we take the inventory and they go over the problem and what they wish to accomplish and what they wish to make better. I generate the state to which they need to therapeutically get for that particular session, and I get a lot of wonderful feedback for people. And sometimes some of the sessions are not necessarily easy sessions, but just like you, people just said, I'm just happy. I'm happier and I don't know why. Well, I know why. So everybody can do this. And if we can do this for a client and if we can do this for a group of people, we've achieved a great deal.
What's the, is it hypnosis? Do you consider it a form of hypnosis? Self-hypnosis?
No, it's not. Not to the popular understanding of hypnosis. It's not typical meditation. It's not typical hypnosis. It's not mindfulness. It's a thought, feeling practice. Because what we understand to meditation, mindfulness, hypnosis, we understand it as a session, well, I'm going to put aside 10 minutes to do this, and I'm going to have a session for an hour, and then that's it. We don't do it no more. That's not it. Feelfulness, right here, feelfulness, it's an ongoing process. It's a reprogramming of your auto habits. You begin to reprogram that which doesn't serve you anymore. And even if you're happy, you can be happier. Yeah. And everybody wants to have the power to influence and the power to motivate others, especially family. I mean, families is the most difficult thing. We want to get along with everybody, and then everybody resorts to all kinds of techniques, especially rooted in fear, to motivate people, because we know fear is one of the greatest motivator. But we can motivate ourselves and others through integrity, through compassion, through love, through well-being, acceptance, respect. Because what I'm seeing lately happening people are tired of criticism. People are tired of arguments. People are tired of war. I mean, why are we still having war? I mean, we're evolved as a human race, and we still go to war. We still bomb each other. We still threaten each other. I mean, there's all kinds of war, like physical war, and then the psychological war, and then there's political wars, and then you have war at home, and then you have war at work. It's a lot of fighting, and that's an old pattern already. People are tired of it, and you can see it in their neural language. Like one of, and you can see this in many different ways. I can talk about this some other time, but one of the most surprising ways that I found I'm sorry, but it was funny and fascinating to me. But I recognize it as this tiredness that a doctor on TV. I'm not gonna name doctors, so I'm not gonna name channels or anything like that. A doctor recommended that everybody could benefit from taking prenatal vitamin, and and as she is saying that, she had a need, and I understand where this comes from. She had a need to say that male shouldn't worry. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at it. That male shouldn't worry because don't worry, you're not gonna grow a uterus if you take a prenatal vitamin. So it is so much criticism that this highly educated and highly elegant human being resorted to saying that people are tired of criticism. People are tired of contradiction. I mean, as something as simple as a prenatal vitamin, everybody can benefit. It doesn't, if you're a male and you don't have a womb, it doesn't matter. The vitamin, it's a vitamin, it's gonna benefit you. But not only that, this surprised me, and I found it to be rather cute and amusing. But it begins to happen in so many different ways that I see this in people, that they're tired of criticism, that they're tired of being oppressed. The people as a mass consciousness, they have embraced respect, they have embraced integrity, they have embraced well-being. And you can see this through what's been happening lately. And they want to have more of that. They want to have more of that. But unfortunately, humanity still has to go and get rid of the weeds. Like every forest and every garden, we have a lot of weeds. You have to get rid of it to have more room for integrity, compassion, and cooperation, collaboration. I mean, we are free to have difference of opinions, but we can still do that respecting each other.
You also said a few minutes ago about neuroplasticity. I'm not sure everyone knows what that means. Did you want to say it in layman's terms, maybe?
Yes, what neuroplasticity, yes. Neuroplasticity is the capacity of the brain to create new neural pathways. So when we have a habit, that habit has grooved a neural pathway. Like imagine you're in the woods and you have to get rid of some barriers to get from point A to point B. So you have to take the weeds out and maybe a few branches to scoop a path through those trees, right, out there in nature. So does the brain. When we have created a habit, the brain has registered a neural pathway, and we have the neuroplasticity is the capacity, or brain is plastic, and it will create new pathways should you tend to it. So you can create a new neural pathway for it to become an automatic habit. So you don't have to work hard all the time, but yes, and we have the capacity to generate brain waves at will. We have the capacity to generate neurotransmitter neurotransmitters at will. And yes, brain is not the mind. Brain is what the mind uses to distinguish from similarity and differences. But the brain is definitely plastic, and a lot of it is biologic, but a lot of it you can use your thought feelings to neuroplasticize.
Also, something that you had done when we were doing this is called, what's the chapter in it? Word triangles.
Well, word triangles, yes. Word triangles, a triangle is very, very important. What has been happening thus far is either or, black or white, left, right, up, down. So a lot of argument and a lot of difficulties and comes because a lot of disagreement comes because there's no middle way. So as we can agree to disagree, if we begin to bypass duality, bypass polarity, embrace duality, and add a third element to move forward, word triangles are going to do that for you. Word triangles are the basis for neurolanguage, and this is what William James did, and this is definitely what Milton Erickson did. Milton Erickson, I believe him to be he's demonstrated how how powerful the neurolanguage is. Well, neurolinguistics as a practitioner started to be developed later on when somebody figured to sit down and write the book and make it official. Like I wrote the book and made fearfulness official by writing the book. But fearfulness, I've been doing fearfulness for the past how many years? For a long time, right? And word triangles, we need to get out of polarity to begin with. It's not my way or the highway. It's not either or. It's not as simple. It's not as simple as that anymore because we have evolved. And all you need to do is look at just look at technology. I mean, we used to have just a computer with a bulky screen and with a typewriter remember those 486s with floppy disks and all that. How much has evolved only in that aspect in the past 20 years? So as technology evolved, so our thought feeling processes have evolved because we have continuously adapted to it. So in order for us to adapt and keep pace with evolution, triangles are necessary. Because if you go either or, you're constantly you're being tired to having to constantly choose before you have had a chance to observe, to analyze, to see, do I want to choose this? Is this next choice going to benefit me? Is it going to add to my well-being? So with the word triangles are going to help you, they're definitely going to propel you into pondering. It's like, it's not just either or. Well, no, and it hasn't been either or for a long time. Only that somebody decided, I don't know when, they decided to let's manipulate your thoughts with either or, and then you're just going to be two groups, right? Either or. Well, no, duality exists, and duality doesn't go away. I mean, there's the left hand and there's the right hand. We're going to have two of them anyway. We're going to have two eyes. We're going to have 2 ears and 2 legs and 2 kidneys and 2 lungs and so on, and 2 sides of the brain and so on. So duality doesn't go anywhere. Polarity needs to, a lot of people have moved away from polarity. The triangles are going to propel you into achieving the goal that you need. Because if you go either or, you're constricted to what you can create. You're constricted to choices and you're constricted to what you can create. But when you add the third element, only by adding a third element, you are provided possibilities begin to unfold and you are provided with multiple choices. Because you just go, oh, yes. I want you to go, oh, I don't know. What? Now you do. So there are different ways to go about it. And successful people, they know this. I mean, that's a lot of successful people. They learned how to manipulate all this for their own purpose, for their own benefit, for their own profits. But we can do this to not to manipulate, but we can do this to enhance the well-being of others and enhance our well-being and everybody else's well-being.
And maybe finally, for this session anyway, what about the concept of higher mind? I found that very interesting.
Yes, a higher mind, it's quite a concept, and only these two words already has a lot of neural language in it, the concept of the higher mind. A higher mind, it's an expanded mind, and also the higher mind, I'm trying to keep it simple here, it's what propels you further. It's what evolution uses to evolve. And through the higher mind helps you allocate your attention resources into what's needed in that moment, and also helps you unify your thought feelings, because it's not just the mind, it's not just the brain, but through the power of higher mind, you begin to unify the thought feelings, become more aware of it, and you begin to be more centered, more successful, more happy, more contained, more balanced. And when you have that, you can give it. Because if you don't have balance, you cannot give balance. Because if you have polarity, that's what you're going to be, polarity. If you have criticism, you're going to give criticism, and then arguments are going to go further and further. Oh, you're not good. Oh, you're not. Oh, that's not good. That's bad. Well, is anybody good lately? So if all you have is criticism, that's what you're going to give. But if you want to give balance, you need to have balance, and higher mind helps you. Their practices and their techniques on how to, a lot of people, different people use higher mind differently, but I was told that the way I present higher mind is reachable, doable, attainable, because some spiritual practices present higher mind in a way in which is not attainable. And a lot of people get disappointed because, they want to attain it, but they cannot attain it. And I was told that my higher mind, but it's everybody else's now. It's in the book. It's attainable, it's reachable, it's attainable, it's doable, it's easy to reach. Well, I hope that satisfied your question for right now.
Yeah. Is it spiritual?
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's human. It's human. It's a thought feeling practice. Animals use that too. So any mammal, any being with a brain, with the capacity to choose, whether consciously or unconsciously, has access to higher mind.
I just thought it was interesting that William James is such an influence because it's been, you don't hear a lot about William James much anymore. He was, I think he wrote mostly in the early 1900s.
Yes, and the reason for that is polarity, and I'm going to explain this. William James, William James, I told you he was believed to be depressed, and he was able to take himself out of depression because he was able to exercise the power of the will, and he decided that we have choices. The will is not predetermined, as most religions thought that everything is predetermined, our fate is predetermined, our will is predetermined. Well, no, there is a predeterminism, but not everything is predetermined, so we can choose if we want to. So, and he's proven that. And in addition to that, he found that spiritual practices and even therapy, in the therapeutic session, if you involve a higher power, a creator, angel, God, mother of God, whatever higher power, or grandfather, grandmother that have passed away, and a spiritual being, a being that's not in a physical form, he found it to be very, very beneficial, right? Highly therapeutic, which it is. And it teaches us in therapy, we are taught to use that when appropriate, if the client it's open to it and is willing to work with that. But because science cannot measure it, William James was pushed out of the literature. Just because back then it wasn't able to measure, but nowadays science is able to measure. There are people that have spiritual experiences under fMRI, functional magnetic resonance, and it shows up how different parts of the brain light up. An exchange of neurotransmitters happen, that brain waves get altered, neurotransmitters get deployed, mirror neurons, there's more deployment of mirror neurons, and science is able to measure these experiences, and even the fifth brainwave, they were able to identify the fifth brainwave as gamma brainwaves. And these brainwaves used to be accessible mostly by Olympic level meditators, which nowadays it's available to anybody that wants to access these gamma brainwaves, otherwise known as the sweet spot, or otherwise known as the flow, which is being in a flow and having ease. That's the ease. Yeah, gamma brainwaves, that's where ease comes from. And this is accessible to anybody through the higher mind. So back then, they kicked William James out, and now we cannot measure your spiritual experiences, but now we have the technology to measure that. So it's that it is.
Well, you should probably mention where people can get the book, huh?
Well, this book, you can get the book over here on Feelfulness, right here, feelfulness.org. Yeah, feelfulness.org on books, or you can get this book also on Creating Ease. This is creatingease.org on books. creatingease.org/books, or feelfulness.org/books. And these books are also available on Amazon, on the print version, hardcover version, and also Kindle version. And these are easy read. I mean, all my 3 books are under 90-minute read. And this is definitely, you can read this in an hour. But this is a book you want to reread. Yeah, you can read the whole book in less than an hour, but this is a book you want to go back and reread, and it's something you want to use as a reference. I have a few chapters here that you want to use as a reference, and I encourage everybody to read this to have an understanding of how it functions. Because once we understand how a mechanism functions, then we know how to use it. So the cat is out of the bag. Right?
Okay. Anything else that I?
No, I think that's it for tonight. I think that's sufficient, and we can definitely talk more about it in future podcasts.
Well, I mean, I think there's some exercises in it that would be really interesting to go through.
Yes, Fearfulness has one exercise. In Fearfulness, I walk you really quickly through how to generate a state. But these books, Creating Ease at Life, this is where you have the entire practices. Creating Ease at Life, it has the practices. I walk you through in the written form. I walk you through the whole practice, which is pretty much a hypnosis session. But these practices are also available on a website, creatingease.org. Thought healing practices, you can find the practices on my website as an audio practices. And anybody who already has my first version of the Creating Ease, I would encourage them to show me the book that they have, and I will provide them with a free digital copy of the second edition of Creating Ease. I've added some chapters. I've reworded some of the chapters in the Creating Ease books because nowadays, in the past few days, everybody wants a bullet point. Here's our 3 ways to do this. Here's our 9 ways to do this. Here's our 5 ways, 3 ways, 7 ways, 12 ways. How many ways? So I from the concept, I took it into a more detail, like here is a few ideas of how to do things, because we're not limited to just 3 ways or 7 ways or 9 ways or all that. So that's why I've gotten the third edition of the Creating Ease books because of the neuro language that we are facing today.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Talk about feelings and emotions as feelings versus emotions, because feelings are not the same as emotions. Dictionaries define feeling as an emotional perception or attitude. So, is a feeling an emotions, or is it an attitude, or is it both? Because the word feeling is also used to describe other experiences, such feeling of warmth, or feeling of sentience, or feeling of knowingness, right? So when you have a feeling of knowingness, that's not an emotion. So it's good to learn how to distinguish between feelings and emotions. In psychology, however, the term feeling is related to emotion, and it refers to the conscious, subjective experience of emotions. Why subjective? Because it's subjective to you. Every single person experiences emotion in their unique, particular subjective way, because you're a subject, you're not an object. Okay, now that was funny, right? Now, neuroscientist Antonio Damasio distinguished between emotions and feelings as such. Emotions, Antonio Damasio says that emotions are mental images representing internal or external states of reality, and the bodily changes accompanying those emotions. And this is according to neuroscientist Antonio Damasio. And according to Antonio Damasio, feelings are the perceptions of bodily changes. So it's a bit confusing. It is and it isn't, right? But to make it simpler and clearer is that an emotion is a response to a specific stimuli, whether it is a belief or a memory. Because emotions, they have intentional load. They are about something, and they are often about the stimuli. And very few people are aware, or at least very few pay attention, that a belief system, a value system, it's a stimuli, because we understand stimuli as an external stimuli, but we have internal stimuli as well. And psychologists say that emotion work is the art of trying to change the degree or quality of an emotion. And that emotion work may be defined as the management of one's own emotional response or work done to maintain a relationship. And there are a lot of disputes whether an emotion work is done by regulating one's emotion or extends to performing the emotional work for others. And this is a big topic of discussion. We're not going to solve it tonight. But what I'd like to stress on that, whether in emotion work we go about regulating one's own emotions or extend to performing the emotional work of others, is that through fearfulness techniques, I've observed people's capacity to do both, to positively influence their emotions and the emotions of others simultaneously. Randy?
Well, we can discuss what you brought up in your book, neuroscientist Antonio Damasio. The emotional work involves two main processes: evocation and suppression. Evocation used to bring up a certain feeling, suppression used to put away or hide certain unwanted feelings. Right?
Yes.
Is there one better than the other, or is there something that we should be aware of in terms of those?
Personally, I don't believe one is better than the other. It's just something that has been done, and it's just something that has been done for a while, and this is what psychology continues to do, and especially medicine, prescription medicine, well, alcohol too. If you look at it, a lot of people use alcohol to medicate themselves. It's that those suppress an emotion. And oftentimes when people explode, and we do explode because sometimes we just explode, or we throw an object, or we throw something towards somebody, or we just say something, or a word just comes out, or our voice goes up. That's a little bit that's an emotional release. If we suppress too much, we're going to explode. And that's not good. That's not good. And there are ways to evoke. I usually work with evoking a certain feeling that by default will, not that it will suppress, but by default it will not only you're not going to explode, but the suppression, there is going to be no need for the suppression because it's going to be automatic. And it's just an auto response, because the human body and the mind has a beautiful auto response mechanism. Thank God it has auto response mechanism, right? And the amygdala is in charge. Main roles of the amygdala is to help you defend for your life. If you're chased by a bear, you're supposed to run. You're not supposed to look at the bear and say, Oh, that's so cute. Look at the little cutie pet. Let me pet the bear. No, you run. Even if it's a tiger, you're not staying there to pet the tiger. It's not a kitty cat. You run, right? So, and when we are faced with a lot of stress throughout the day, work stress, traffic stress, technology stress nowadays, sometimes we feel like, you cannot express those emotions. And because we don't express them, there's lots. I had a stampede of sentences just come to me on how to say this, but because we suppress these emotions, because we have not learned how to not suppress this emotion or how to manage emotions, then we go about suppressing, and then we bottle them up, and then eventually we will explode. And that's not healthy. There are ways to express an emotion without insulting anybody, without throwing anything to anybody. Just like if the bear chases you, you run away. You're not trying to have a conversation with the bear, is it? I mean, is something to do when a bear chases you? I don't think so. So why would we do the same with technology? Well, technology is not going to chase us, but we have a laptop doesn't work or something on the screen, the circle goes round and round and round. It's like, I clicked on it, how many more times to click on it? And, you get, because you have a deadline and you have to get to it. And then you might need to print something and the printer, it's not working. Well, we haven't printed that much lately because, working from home, and then the internet doesn't cooperate, and then you got to get to where you're going and doesn't work, and then, all kinds of emotion. But when appropriate, and you can still do it with other people in a softer way, all you have to do is breathe out. Just like that. And sometimes if you're all by yourself, you might just go, kind of make a little bit of noise. And the moment you make that noise, you might start laughing, and that's all you need. You've expressed an emotion, and even through the sound of, you've evoked an automatic response within you. And if you happen to smile, that's great success, right? Then you know how it works, then you can teach others. If you have a lot of people around you, you can just go, especially if you're not in a meeting. Yeah. Well, on Zoom, you can mute yourself. But when face to face with people, you cannot mute yourself, and you cannot go, make a lot of noise, because they're going to look at you and say, what's going on? We're grown-ups over here. We're going to do those kind of sounds. So at a time, you just breathe out. Feel the air coming through your lips. And then continue to push that a little bit with your tummy. Now, hopefully your breath is not bad breath. A lot of people have bad breath, but they make theta breaths. And now with a mask, if you're wearing a mask, nobody cares if you have a bad breath. But suppressing emotions is a healthy way to not necessarily suppress and bottle up and put a zipper on it and then it's just going to explode, but using evocative ways, evocative techniques, which breathing is evocative. Why? Only that which is alive can be evoked. Don't quote me on it, or go and quote me on it. You can't evoke something that's dead, right? So as long as you're breathing, you're alive. So you can evoke your breathing to automatically engage the management of your emotions. I'm sorry that this sounds very simple, but breathing is very significant, right? And after you learn more and more techniques, then you learn how to shift. For example, if you learn my word triangle techniques, which I call them thought feeling practices, you get the triangle. After you practice a few triangle, you shift into a triangle, and those techniques are meant to not suppress and not, if you think of suppression as like a strangling, like, you know, something strangles you and you cannot breathe, this is what I'm thinking of suppression right now. Through word triangles, you can shift into managing, evoking a natural response to a concept in the moment, through what's appropriate in a particular moment. If you're on Zoom, you can use your Zoom. If you're not on Zoom, then you cannot use sounds, right? And shift, transform into the evocation of those words provided by the triangle. And why? Because too many people are caught up in the expressive type of an emotional work. And we need to express ourselves, but we also need to be kind and not polite, but just be kind and have empathy. And if all we understand is that the someone in front of us, they have difficulties through their life, they're going through something, they have some sort of pain going on that they're going on through. If all we understand is this, then it will be easier for us not to throw out our emotions at them. Because too many people are caught up in the expressive type of emotional work. Well, express yourself properly. Well, you don't want to express yourself properly. You just kind of want to just let it out. So breathe it out. Yeah, breathe it out, because it's just going to be out. You want it out. Then you breathe it out, right? Because very few people work on the cognitive and bodily types of the evocative processes, which they actually turn out to provide much greater value. Because through the word triangles, we work on evoking your bodily automatic mechanism that evokes a process in your body that your amygdala is going to like. And studies have shown that, studies under functional MRI have shown that people that are pessimist, their amygdala gets light up and it gets triggered when they are shown sad or violent images right away. And then the same violent and sad images were shown to happily prone people, and their amygdala would not light up right away. So that is a big deal, because the amygdala doesn't decide. The amygdala's role is to defend for your life, right? But it is our perception of the events. Like when you look at some images, like right now, you look at some war images, and then if you get stimulated and you're about to engage in violence, well, that's not good. And we've seen a lot of violence lately. That's a bit too much violence happening lately. So if we learn how to use the automatic process mechanism, the bodily changes, the conscious, mostly the subconscious processes of the bodily changes to evoke an emotion that's more of a thought feeling that will have you respond as opposed to react, then you're just going to have a happier life. Because many emotions can lead to harm. And a lot of people, when they're dealing with an overwhelming amount of stress, and we have been dealing with an overwhelming amount of stress lately, a lot of us, some of us, they know how to manage the overwhelm of the stress, but most of us, they have some difficult days. It's not like either or, sometimes it's a good day, sometimes it's not a good day. But when we are dealing with this overwhelm amount of stress, this can lead to self-harm, whether it's conscious or unconscious. And then how do you know? Well, when you're in a good emotional state, you just don't want the feeling to end, and you're kind of stuck, and then it's like all you want is that, why isn't that happening, that which makes you feel good? Well, that can't happen all the time, but you can use your thought feelings to make that happen internally. Why? Well, because your brain doesn't know. Your brain doesn't know. Okay, it's more complex than this, but there is the ability, you have the ability to use internal processes to shift what you feel about a situation to adjust your emotion. And the moment you turn your emotion into a thought feeling, you have multiple choices. Randy?
Multiple choices in terms of how you think about it or feel about it? Or
both, because it's a thought feeling. Some people are more into their thoughts, and some people are more into their feelings, and it's not right or wrong. And sometimes we're more into the feelings, like when we're hungry, we're just going to have a feeling of hunger. It's not an emotion, it's a feeling, right? When you're sleepy, you're not having an emotion. You feel it that you need to go to sleep, right? And then when you focus on something, you feel that you're focusing on something. And feelings and emotion, they're not the same thing. And if we orient towards transforming an emotion into a feeling, and there are techniques to do that, hence the feelfulness book, right? And this is a technique. There's techniques that comes with that. There's word triangles, that thought feelings. That's a bit of concepts at the beginning, but after that, just practice and a lot of fun. Yeah. Because through the feelfulness techniques, you learn how to feel a feeling, or how to have an emotion in anticipation of. And people that meditate, they know very well what that means, because when you meditate and when you do visualization, and you imagine yourself into a situation, into a happy situation, the brain will produce the good neurotransmitters, and it'll produce the good brain waves, because the brain has no clue that what you're visualizing is a reality or is it not reality. Just like right now, me and you, we're on technology. So is this real or is it not real? Well, it is real, right? But I can choose to perceive it as, no, that's not real because there's technology. And maybe that was the case, how long ago. And there is a lot of stuff that it's not real during technology and with technology, right? So reality it's relative. So what is real to someone is highly, highly relative. Einstein proved that to us with physical aspects, not with emotional aspects, because emotions are all subjective. We already know that they're subjective, right? So, but you've had your, how many years of psychotherapy work that you've had your examples and you've gone through emotion work?
Yeah, you had, yeah, I haven't done the therapy in a long time, but yeah, I have about 20 years of therapy in terms of doing therapy. And it's interesting because it's either seems to be either getting people to express more emotion or express less. I'm just kind of finding a happy medium.
Yeah, but you see that there's more available than that. These are just old patterns, because you can express appropriately. You can kind of let it out, because if you bottle it up, it's not going to get anywhere. But don't go toward violence and criticism. Is not going to get you anywhere. The moment you take control over your bodily perceptions, then you have power. Because if you don't have control over, you don't have power. I mean, if a bear chases you, what you gonna do? You're gonna say, "Oh, what a cute bear! Let me pet it." No, you're not. Then why would you do the same with an anger that comes over when the internet breaks down and you can't get to what you get to? So of course you're gonna have an emotion right away, because I mean, I'm not void of emotion. I get upset at the computer. God help me, how often, right? But then I realized, oh, it's just a computer. Let's just wait. Okay, so get up, have a glass of water until the internet comes back, or until the round goes, instead of sitting and clicking on a mouse a little harder. It's not going to happen any faster, right? So some things they work a certain way, and then you can use that mechanism to your advantage in a healthy manner.
Now, you talked in the book. You talked about cultural norms and accepting of cultural norms, right? Or at least understanding them. Is that how you saw it? How cultural norms in terms of emotional work go? What's cultural
Well,
norms
different. Yes, one. This is a big topic, because different cultures, they're hot-blooded and not so hot-blooded people on different cultures. And in some culture, you're like in Japan, for example. I have a Japanese friend that in Japan, they are thought to be very proper and always respecting the other, never reacting, at least to in front of them. But through that, it kind of puts you into a position in which you're not going to generate a lot of emotions, because what you need to generate in the state is respect. So that's one of the states I've been described in creating ease, because if you busy yourself with generating a state of respect, you're not going to have a whole lot of room for anger and disappointment and criticism and all kinds of resentment. So that's a good way. It's just, if all we practice throughout life is respect, we're going to get far. And the emotional load, your emotional load, it's going to diminish. Because the moment we get emotional, it's when we disagree with something, when we criticize something, when we disagree with something, when we figure, well, that's not fair. It's probably not. And oftentimes it sucks. And how do I deal with emotions all the time? Sometimes I just look at it and say, well, honey, that sucks. So even acknowledging and not even trying to put a label on it of how terrible that is and how it should be, it's just, oh, that's not good. But then when you say that's not good, it's kind of, I don't know, it's just when you say, oh, that sucks, it's kind of, through the word, as you say, sucks, there's air coming through the mouth, and that provides down-regulating automatically. And you haven't done a lot of emotional work. Well, you just use the word. Because you can watch your body when you say, well, that's not good. You see how the body kind of tenses up? Yeah, instead of, oh, that sucks. So your muscles are immediately in a different position, automatic, different position. And that sucks. It's not the most elegant language, but most of the time you can use it. It's PG-13.
Yeah, the idea of cultural norms is real complex, especially in terms of emotions. And who should express them, who can't. And you had mentioned something about Hochschild. I'm not sure if I can pronounce that right. Emotional work, unpaid emotional work, emotional labor, kind of new concepts.
Yeah, these are some quite interesting concepts with emotional work and emotional labor, because oftentimes, like when we're in a family situation, we oftentimes we do the emotion work of others. And example of emotion work includes showing attention, apologizing after an argument, bringing up problems that need to be addressed, and making sure the relationship of the household runs smoothly. And culturally, the cultural norm, old cultural norms often imply the emotion work is reserved for females. Mm-hmm. And there is certainly evidence to the effect that the emotional management that women and men do is asymmetric. And I better be careful what I'm saying. Yeah. And generally, there is a cultural norm when generally women come into a marriage being groomed for the role of emotional manager. And I think that's pretty much stems from the fact that the woman is that who carries the child and has a deeper emotional bond to it. And therefore, the woman was left in charge of being the emotional manager. But that's not the case anymore. Lately, there's more and more men being in touch with their feelings, right? And that's pretty much in touch with their emotions. And more and more men, they know how to manage it, they know how to handle it, they know how to manage it. But particularly what I particularly don't like about the old model of a woman's being the emotional manager is, let's just look at hormones, a female's hormones, estrogen and progesterone. It's a natural cycle that they go up and down throughout the month. A man's hormones, they don't go up and down throughout the month as a woman's hormones do. And hormones influence emotions. It's as simple as that. And many years ago, up until this hormonal aspect, neuroendocrinology was understood. I forgot which big guy in the psychology called menopause as female hysteria. So now I'm going like, would you like to have 3 months of it? 1 month it was not being. I should give you a year if you decided to give it that definition. Really? Let me give you a few hormones. Actually, no. Let me take away your gasoline. Let me see how easy it is for you to drive the car. Because in menopause, and oftentimes it happens during the monthly cycle too. Estrogen just stops. It's like no more estrogen. And then the poor biological body tries to do things and it doesn't have gasoline. And then of course you get aggravated. It's like, what's the matter? I have things to do. I gotta do like 20 things in 3 seconds, right? So yeah, many years ago, like this been about 200 years ago. This guy, I forgot his name. I don't even want to remember his name because I just want to give him menopause. He decided that women are too emotional, and well, yeah, so let's try some hormones and see how he's gonna feel then. But that's nowadays neuroendocrinology, it's much better understood, and women have a better understanding over how their hormonal cycle influence their emotions, and they can be more aware of it, because when it comes to hormones, it's something that just sneaks up on you. It's normally something that wouldn't bother you, like the kitty cat jumping on a countertop. That's something kitty cats do all the time. It's not a big deal. And then all of a sudden you find yourself snapping at a kitty cat. It's like, oh, and then there will be a trigger. It's like, oh, okay, so estrogen is low, so let's just take a breath. So it is a lot of emotional work that needs to be done. And you see that it's a huge biological aspect that places the female in charge of the emotional work, and not male. But male have done, masculinity has evolved through time, and it's different now. It's much more different, and a lot of men have learned to be compassionate, understanding and compassionate, and just figure, well, I'm not in your shoes, but if I were to be in your shoes, I'd probably be doing worse. So kudos to all of those men that show that compassion for their females.
I just read an article today, about the title of the article, and the article in the Times was, "Your manager is firing you, but he's the one crying." And it talks about how it doesn't say it doesn't put it directly, but the theories of being vulnerable that are real popular with Brene Brown, for instance, who's a social worker, by the way, who sold tens of millions of books, and who's one of the most popular speakers in the country, and YouTube has got billions of views. And she talks about being vulnerable. Now everybody, including male executives and female executives, I guess, now want to be vulnerable, and now they want to show their human side. And so when they're having to let people go, they get very emotional about it. So I think it's crazy. But anyway.
Well, yes, because we have to think about it, and manager at work is not necessarily the one who runs the company. So the manager at work is being told this is what needs to happen, and they are just the messenger. So don't kill the messenger. And oftentimes between the manager and the employee, a relationship gets to be built, and maybe it's a good relationship, right? And you just end up being friends with that. But just no particular job title is ever guaranteed forever. I mean, that's temporary, unless you have your own company. But not even that is guaranteed forever.
Was involved in a process where a female executive, very high level executive, had to let go like 200 people. And she was crying, she was very tearful, very upset. And I kept thinking, but you've got a job. Aren't we the ones supposed to be crying?
Actually, no, and it's not just, but it's not just female that feel bad about it. I mean, in my time in a corporate world, I remember my male boss having to go through a layout, and he was visibly upset about having to fire a few people, especially one of the person that he had to lay off was someone that had a lot of health issues. Currently seeing a lot of doctors for their health issues, and he was very upset about it. So it's not just women.
So, I guess I was just wondering, kind of like, how do the thing that I found most useful in your book was the word triangles, but I'm still not sure how the word triangles fit in with emotional work in the sense of evocation and suppression. I don't know how that all ties together. Is that part of the process?
That's the biggest process of the fearfulness training and fearfulness techniques, and this is not something to be intellectualized, because this happens through the experience, and you have to have the experience to get it. Some triangles are easy to understand, and you can imagine, and you can, it's like, oh, I could get it, but this is something that happens through experience. And something magical that happens through this training and with the experience is that engages your automatic processes, your automatic subconscious processes. And when these are engaged without intellectualization, I mean, there is thinking about it, and you make sense of it, and you understand it, and all that. But when you engage the subconscious at an evocative level, because subconscious works with patterns, it doesn't, you can't give commands to the subconscious. It just doesn't work like that. And when you evoke this automatic processing in a healthy manner, they're going to register in the muscle memory quickly through the beautiful aspect of neuroplasticity. So, the brain is a tool that the mind uses to differentiate to find similarities and differences. So when you work with word triangles, they're evocative, and because it means different things to different people. And when you present them well, you're not going to present bad triangles, because but everybody, when somebody goes about emotion work, they go about learning how to get good emotions, right? I don't know people going into emotion work to learn how to get bad emotions. I mean, just not that I know of. How did we get here? So with the word triangles, they're evocative, therefore it's going to engage your subconscious to engage your processes over the meaning of those words to generate a state. And then if you have the state happening for a minute or two, and even 30 seconds at a time, and you have that happening several times in the course of a half an hour or 20 minutes, the subconscious registers it already, forms a pattern, and then it's going to be available to you. And then all of a sudden, you're not going to know. It's like, oh, I'm much calmer. How come I'm much calmer? I don't know. I usually used to snap at these events, and this kind of things used to trigger me, but it didn't trigger me anymore. I'm much calmer. My husband compliments. My husband is amazed of how calm I didn't react to this. Oh, you should see me with my boss. Oh, my clients give me good feedback. It just something begins to happen automatically without effort. And this is something, it's hard to understand for a lot of people, because we've gone through school and going through school and getting a degree and then getting hired for a job and all that. It takes a lot of work, and it's hard work. So here I am teaching you word triangles, which is easy and simple and pleasant. And a lot of people don't get it. How can it be so important if it's easy and pleasant? It's going to stay with you. That's it for tonight. Yeah, we can we can cut it off. It's been it's been long enough, and we can cut it off, and we can definitely come back next. We can come back next Wednesday. All right. Sounds good.
Thank
All
you.
right. So good night. Sleep well, and we'll see you next week.
See you later.
Night night.
Bye-bye.
So I guess we need to talk about we ought to get educated on technological intelligence, which goodness gracious, my head is spinning. Anyway, so it is as it is. So we're just gonna go with that. When it comes to emotional intelligence, we've identified several different levels of that, right? So here I put together an image that is going to help with understanding different layers and levels of emotional intelligence, right? So when it comes to social awareness, we're going to touch up a little bit. We're going to continue to talk about self-awareness and self-management, and I want to touch up a little bit on social awareness as it comes to empathy. Empathy is understood differently in different areas of life. Empathy, we have the ability to have empathy because our mirror neurons. So the more mirror neurons our brains deploys, the more empathy we will be able to have. Now, mirror neurons were developed by scientists many years ago when playing with monkeys. And they found out that the monkeys, they were more empathetic. They would share their bananas, they would share their food. They had a large deployment of mirror neurons. But the thing of the mirror neurons are not the same as other neurotransmitters, because the mirror neurons, you develop more mirror neurons by developing your emotional intelligence. And intelligence has to do with knowledge, has to do with knowing what, how, when, and so on. But when it comes to emotional intelligence versus intellectual intelligence, EQ versus IQ, emotional intelligence is not something that is taught in school. It's not something that we are measured as children or young adults going to school. But it is something that we are measured when we are hired for a job, and there is something that we are measured when in a relationship. So the reason we get along or don't get along with people has something to do with the emotional intelligence. It's not just your personality. So your personality plays a role, which your personality will always adjust. It will complete, it will develop, it will evolve more with the more emotional intelligence you have. Your personality will follow with that. And of course your physical body, your biological, has a lot to do with relationship and work and at home and personal relationship and so on. But social awareness, the extent to which people understand social awareness in the past few years is pretty much social media. And that is sad. It's sad. The social awareness is not limited to social media, right? And when it comes to empathy, a lot of people misunderstand the definition of empathy, and that is empathy and sympathy. Yeah. And a lot of people have an understanding that empathy means to feel what the other person is feeling, right? Especially if you go in the spiritual circles and higher consciousness circles, they would define empathy as feeling what the other person is feeling. But actually that is sympathy. sympathy, the brain goes into a sympathetic resonance with the people in front of you, and then you begin to feel their stuff, right? So it's good to keep in mind that empathy and sympathy are different. And empathy takes other people's feeling into thoughtful consideration. Through empathy, when you are empathetic, you will be very respectful towards the other and very thoughtful of what the other is going through. Now, are you going to step on your feet or not? Are you going to shut them down and not let them talk? Or are you going to yell at them? Are you going to ignore them? Things like that. So it requires respect and thoughtfulness, right? And a certain amount of patience for different cultures, like Latin cultures or Eastern European cultures that I'm familiar with. But Daniel Goleman explains that our ability actually comes from these neurons that I talk about, the mirror neurons, that it's connected to the amygdala. And I've been talking about the amygdala for the past couple of months, have I not? The amygdala, that is small little, it's the size of a not even a penny. It's so important. And then also Daniel Goleman teaches us that you can read emotional intelligence on someone's face, their voice, and you can help direct them, on how to speak. But then when it comes to this, I'm just learning that there's so many neurological disorders that affect the strength of the muscles on people's faces. So they might have or age. It's just going to show up with a droopy face, that it might give you an impression that someone is not happy, when quite the opposite. It's happening. So keeping in mind that amygdala is extremely important, and amygdala responds to strong emotions. And strong emotions somehow we perceive strong fear to be a stronger emotion than happiness to be a stronger emotion, which isn't. So we want to. I think I might have settled something here with the echo. And we want to nurture our amygdala, if we can say it like this, with positive emotion, with happiness and laughter, and even being amazed or something that's very, very funny, and not watch as much TV that has a lot of anxiety to it, because that's going to affect our amygdala, right? And definitely keep in mind that empathy, it's not sympathy. So when we are feeling other people's stuff, we are actually in sympathetic resonance and not in empathetic resonance. When in empathy, someone might perceive that the other person might be a bit distant or not, but in fact, when someone is empathetic towards you, they will be there to help you. They will be there to assist you, right? So, anything you want to add to this, Randy? Right. All right. And so if we're happy with that, then I guess we can continue to talk about self-management, the emotional self-control. And again, I cannot stress enough the amygdala part of the brain, that's how the purpose of the amygdala is to keep you safe. And if, for example, and some people that are extremely angry and commit a lot of crime, they might have a different emotional arousal, and their amygdala is affected as such, that triggers them to act with violence. So And then I remember I was at the presentation with a neuroendocrinologist, and it was many, many years ago. And I figured, well, take away the amygdala. And I said, well, no, you don't want to take the amygdala, because you take away the amygdala, then you're going to take away someone's capacity for self-defense. So anger would play a role in here, because anger will trigger the amygdala. But anger, it's not the bad guy. The bad guy is self-control, it's down-regulating, it's thoughtfulness, it's respect, it's emotional intelligence. This is what we want to pay attention, because we need anger to be capable to defend our life in a case of bad situation. And you never know when a bad situation arises, right? But what's happening lately, we are so overwhelmed, so we are not necessarily physically threatened, like the war that's going on in Europe and Middle East, right? So right here in the US of A, we're not necessarily physically threatened for our amygdala to be triggered. So just knowing that, because we're so overwhelmed by a lot of things to do. I mean, we have to do so many things. There's no more time to rest. There's no more time to take a breath. So it's good to remember that in spite of being so overwhelmed by all the events and everything we need to do, we can still make a point to remember to self-regulate and down-regulate. Because we do have the capacity to manage our thoughts and manage our feelings. And of course, there's going to be days where we're going to do a better job, and days when we're going to do not so good job at it. But I'm not concerned with that. I don't think anybody's concerned with that. I mean, we should rather be concerned with our attention on managing those emotions the best we can, because we can control our response. We cannot control other people's response. And understanding that when we are overwhelmed with those feelings of frustration, that has something to do with the amygdala. And by knowing that purposely engaging in laughter and happiness and positive emotions purposefully, that will trigger the amygdala to not have a negative emotional response. So we can always choose fake laughter. The amygdala is not going to know that the laughter is fake. As long as you laugh, it's going to trigger your amygdala properly, and then level of frustration it's going to go down and down. And most people have difficulties with this by saying, oh, that's weird, I'm not going to do it because it's weird. Well, maybe it is something you're not used to doing, but who's going to see you? Take a moment in a quiet space and go ahead and have some fake laughter. And then you have fake laughter, eventually then you're going to have unfake laughter as well. So let's just laugh. When things are hard, we can definitely laugh. And my internet connection here is just broke down. So let me see what I need to click on. All right, so my internet connection is definitely not a good connection. It keeps kicking me out, and although I keep changing devices, and I get stronger, but it appears that this is a popular time, and it just drops me off. So,
Maddening.
how did you do on that? Did you take over, Randy?
Yeah, no, it kicks me off too. So I just jumped back on.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so the meeting was ended. I don't think we're live on Facebook anymore.
Were you able to see if we were live on Facebook?
I didn't check it and see, but it said we were.
Okay, let me try this thing now. Go on YouTube. Okay, so I guess I have to click on. Hang on, Randy. Wait. I'm going live on this side and I think this one is still going. I'm not sure. Is it?
I'm going.
Okay, so it's as good as it can go. All right. So yesterday, me and you had a really good conversation about people not being aware of what's right and wrong. The small town in a smaller town in U.S. of A. did not know what that had no clue of the history between Nazis and the Jews. So do you care to tell us this story again?
Well,
That friend of yours that lived in a small town, that it's quite an interesting story, that friend of yours.
about the newspaper?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a school newspaper that they had, and the editor, such a big believer in free speech, thought that it was really, really cool to, and this editor didn't know a single Jewish person. Grew up in the deep South, where there are lots of Jewish people, but they didn't. They were pretty segregated, and didn't. Got a visit one day from this guy, and he said, "I'm a Nazi, and Hitler's birthday is coming up. It's in April, I think. Actually, I don't remember. Anyway, his birthday was coming up, and I want to put it in the newspaper. And back in this time, it was free speech, and oh yeah, that was exciting, free speech. And so they stupidly agreed and patted themselves on the back about, oh, we're so First Amendment, and this is just we're living the First Amendment because we have free speech, and we allow anything and everything short of whatever. And so there in the weekly newspaper had celebrate happy birthday to Hitler.
See,
that's we were all patting each other on the back like, wow, we are the First Amendment. We're going to get the editor of the New York Times will call us and go, wow, you guys are so courageous. And within about 10 minutes of it happening, there was a knock on their door, and they got their senior advisor came in and said, the chancellor wants to talk to all of us. And surprise, 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 it had offended many, 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 many people.
Yes.
And a lesson was learned.
Go on.
That was it. It was a apology was issued, a lesson was learned.
Yes. So this is, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that someone would not know the history of Hitler and Jews.
Yeah, Hitler.
Yeah. So because they didn't know that emotional intelligence, the best they knew, the best they had emotional storage of, on freedom of speech. right? Because a lot of countries don't have freedom of speech. I mean, America prides itself with freedom of speech.
Yeah, and this was everyone on the staff of this thing. They were all very excited, and the editor had fought in Vietnam, and he was a Vietnam vet. It was just all very innocent, but yeah, you're right. It was a lot of they had no clue on what they were doing, and you live and learn, but still, it was very weird.
Yes.
But yes, this has been, way back in the 60s, but still.
Yes. So you're a professional, you're a licensed clinical social worker, and you've worked in the behavioral field for many years.
Yeah, long time.
What's the best advice that you can give someone when it comes to down-regulating emotion and emotional awareness? It has to do a lot with down-regulating emotion and what down-regulating actually means, because I'm sure a lot of people don't even know what down-regulating means.
Well, one of the things you said, when you're talking about anger, or fear, fear is an extremely, like you said, very powerful. There was a big story in the New York Times this week about one of the hosts on Fox News. Can't think of his name, but he's their biggest star right now. And they sat down and watched 1,100 hours of his show. And what they determined, they were trying to be objective. What they determined, the predominant theme was be afraid. Mm-hmm. That was the predominant thing, the politics aside, the predominant thing that he preached and he promoted was there was we have a lot to be fearful of and be very scared. Be scared of losing your identity, be scared of losing your freedom, be scared of losing your guns, be scared of your kids being turned into something else. Just fear. That was the predominant, and that approach has brought him the biggest audience, and the biggest audience in the television,
yes,
in the network, for the network.
Yes, and that is very sad. And that network happens to be a very conservative network, and that conservative network is largely indoctrinated by religion, and it takes away religion, the doctrine of the religion. It takes it to a whole different level. And actually, I just heard the story from a different person. What you just said about this person, we don't want to repeat their name, but what's happening there? There is a lot of manipulation that's been going on. Mass media has been manipulated for a very, very long time. But what people are not very familiar with is that we have a choice as to not respond to this manipulation or fear. So it's not just about love and fear. It's not just that the amygdala pretty much responds to fear and it responds to love and it responds to laughter, right? It's not a dual, but it comes to polarity. So this person so polarized all of their messaging to instill fear. That is just it's a pitiful thing to do. But then why people are attracted to such polarizing and fear expanding, fear promoting messages, it has to do with the triangle. It's called victim, rescuer, prosecutor. So the way the people are manipulated is through making them believe that they are victims of circumstances. And then when someone believes that that's a victim, then they want to prosecute the perpetrator, right? So then here is this person that it's aware of this mechanism and is just going to instill more fear to excite them, because to some extent fear is also excitement, right? And then also look at the entertainment. How much pleasure do we get out of people killing other people in the movies? Yeah, that it's the violence is rewarded. And people don't even know that a reward is not made just with money, right? A reward is made with paying attention to, with being ignorant of how something works. And uneducated people, you could kind of understand that, but then educated people to hold on so strong to values, to this kind of values, that this is right and this is wrong and these people should die and these people should leave, is not right. So this I don't want to go into too much detail into victim, rescue, prosecutor. I've been talking about with you outside of this live for a while. It's the ugliest thought feeling patterns that was ever instilled in consciousness. And if we are to think of consciousness right now for the purpose of this discussion, because consciousness does not have a definition and it takes a few hours to define consciousness, but for right now, if we are to think consciousness as similar to the air we breathe, consciousness, collective consciousness, there is something where all the thoughts go, and collective consciousness is something somewhere we think from. So then having it's very pitiful. It's very pitiful for someone in this position to be in a position of reaching a lot of people instead of promoting kindness and compassion and gratitude and appreciation and respect. The respect for the first and foremost. He chooses to promote fear. It's pitiful, right? Because
it's pitiful, but very lucrative. It shows the power of fear. You know how powerful. And if we try to become aware of what fear is, and we start looking for it, all of a sudden, you'll hear it everywhere, all over media, social media, everywhere. Be afraid of something. Be afraid of something happening.
But that's polarized. Yes, it's polarized. Yeah. We are supposed to be afraid of things. We're not supposed to put our hands on hot plates. Don't put your hand on a fire. Don't walk in front of a driving car. We are supposed to have some sort of fear. Fear is a built-in mechanism in the physical body to protect you, to save your life, to keep you safe and secure. You're not supposed to trust everything. And this is where manipulation happens, because they say, fear this, but don't fear this. Be afraid of this, but here I am. Don't be afraid of me. So it plays with people's minds in a very ugly way. But what I want people to know is that everybody has a choice to not be entrained, to not be pulled into this triangle, because it's very hard to get out of this triangle. I mean, it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of classes and a lot of schooling to get out. I mean, coaching, not schooling, training to get out of the victim, rescue, prosecutor triangle. And
the first way of avoiding it is to be aware of when it's happening.
Yeah.
Being aware of when somebody's trying to scare you,
mm-hmm.
or trying to make you fear, make you afraid.
Yeah. So
it happens a lot.
Yeah. So with uneducated people, people that don't have access to information, I'm talking about people that don't have access to information, you can kind of understand, or people that are just polarized, but no, and then, as we increase our emotional intelligence, we want to pay attention to what stimulates What stimulates you? It's a story like this person that he puts out. This story is something like that stimulates you. That there's a sneeze. I was a sneeze. Or is it possible for you to be stimulated by laughter, to be stimulated by respect, by kindness, by compassion, right? Because kindness is free, right? But if you look at it, fear, people pay money to listen to fear. People pay money to be entertained by fear, because to some extent, a lot of people are numb, right? And then those people that are numb, they take fear as excitement. It's like, oh, something that's happening in my life. No, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. And then there are other people that there's so many different layers of propagating and promoting fear, and even just going into criticism, constantly criticizing what's wrong. You're rewarding fear. You're rewarding what's wrong, right? So instead, you want to reward what's right. And oftentimes, kindness and respect might be boring, right? Because they might not be as exciting, right? But guess what? With kindness and respect, nobody goes to war with kindness and respect.
Yeah, and the big, yes, it can be boring with kindness and respect, because the interest that people have is in conflict. That's what drives literature, and what drives a lot of people's interest in things is conflict. So yeah, it's a jump to try to get past that.
Yeah.
To look on the other side of it.
Yeah. And it's sad. And my first advice to everybody that is just overwhelmed, and my first advice is to keep away from propagating fear, is to look at criticism. Be aware when you engage in criticism, or when you are attracted to criticism, and when you are on a side of criticism. And it doesn't mean we eliminate criticism out of your thinking and evaluating, because you need to have your inner critic. But from inner critic to constant criticism, it's quite a polarity, right? And we want to not be polarized, right? We want balance. This is what everybody it's after in life, balance, right? But in order to stay away from fear, look at criticism, because it doesn't mean that if you don't criticize, that you agree with the perpetrator. Absolutely not. You can, and then someone said that, well, if I don't say anything about it, then nothing will be done. Yes or no, because you can say something about it, but you can say it in a way in which is not criticized. Like you just presented this interesting aspect. You presented the aspect, and you didn't jump into criticizing this. So emotional intelligence is gonna come into play to help us become aware that this criticism is the first step into becoming aware, to stepping out of this triangle, right?
Becoming aware of when we're influenced by it,
Yes.
when it's impacting us, and what are we feeling and why.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, definitely.
And what are we doing to make that feeling happen? Not blaming somebody else for making us feel that way, but what is it that's making us? What side is it being triggered?
That's victimhood right here. Blaming someone, it's you're a victim. So here's the triangle of victim, rescuer, prosecutor. In a constant state of criticism, there's going to be blame. So you're going to be a prosecutor and a victim all at the same time, just within criticism, because you're going to blame someone, you're going to criticize them and blame them because you're a victim or somebody else is a victim, and then you are waiting for a prosecutor to come fix it. And this is how people are manipulated. This is how you hijack your emotions. This is how mass people and overall planet are manipulated. And then if you look at indigenous people don't have this in their consciousness, the victim, rescuer, prosecutor. They're very responsible, they're highly efficient, self-sufficient, and very responsible. Yeah. So my advice, the easiest and the quickest way to get to step out of this triangle is pay attention to who you're blaming, who you're criticizing, are you attracted to criticism, and then be aware that you're blaming something or someone. Now, that doesn't mean you're not going to be upset over things. If you're dealing with chronic illness, for example, I mean, there's going to be days when you're going to say, I am tired of it. And of course, you're going to be tired of it. And if it's, I hope not, if someone is in an abusive relationship, then of course they are the victim of the abusive relationship. And right now with the war going around, there's lots of victims fleeing that country, right? So in that aspect, in that context, of course it's going to be a rescuer, that all of the refugees are going to be rescued as to provide them with food and shelter, because that's a basic need, right? And then, of course, when someone is aware that somebody else is being abused in a relationship, might step in and help. Or the victim might just go and ask for help. It's just this many situations. We're not going to cover all of them right here in this discussion. But the idea is that if victim, rescuer, prosecutor exist outside of people's identity. So this is how this person got so popular. We're not going to say his name, we're going to mention his network. This is how he got so popular and attracted everybody, because he worked, he promoted the fear, and then this reached in people's hearts and their identity, because people identified with the religion that he was promoting and he's affiliated with. And then that religion says that if you do this, that's going to happen, and if you do this, then that's going to happen. So the dogma of the religion is not bad, right? But the dogmatic part of the religion, it keeps people entrained in fear, right? Well, that's not healthy either. So now nobody says don't go to church anymore, because that's not the answer, right? The answer is have emotional intelligence and recognize that these things, you don't want to be controlled nor by fear, nor by victimhood, and nor by constantly rescuing people either, right? Because there's a lot of the other behavior of, because the one you're gonna criticize and blame someone, then you're just gonna jump into rescuing and do something when somebody didn't even ask you to, you become a meddler. You stick your nose into somebody else's business. So that's the rescuer aspect of this triangle that you do want to stay away from. That's the hardest to do.
Yeah, it's like pain. There's different types of pain. There's real pain that if I cut myself while I'm cooking, that hurts. It's real pain. But there's also mental and emotional pain.
Yes.
And there's victimhood, and then there's real victimhood. The people who are killed in a tsunaami, they're really victims.
Yes.
They're not. It's not a mental game they're playing. It's not a mental attitude. That really happens. The people in Syria and they're true victims, and in Ukraine. So there's the real victim, and then there's the mental victim. And the mental victim is more insidious. It's harder to address because it sometimes is a part of who we see as our identity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes in.
And it could. Oh, I'm sorry, Carmen. I was just going to say, which you well know. I mean, and in fact, I would ask you this. That's one thing that hypnosis can help with, because it can address those core identity patterns that cause that, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's just this, the hypnosis goes to the heart of the problems really quick, and it works to solve the problems. It's not looking just to identify the problems and then put you into some sort of category. I mean, you're a licensed psychotherapist and you're a certified hypnotherapist too, and you know the difference between these two. So
right.
Psychotherapy was developed out of hypnosis. So hypnosis goes to the root of the problem and have you identify those blockages, the parts within you that are keeping you stuck.
Right.
The subconscious, of course, the subconscious that keep you stuck into this behavior of victim, rescue, prosecutor that is causing you unhappiness, that is causing you ill.
Right, which is different than being a real victim.
Correct. But see, this is where the manipulation is, because in real life, the victims exist in a physical aspect. Victim of an act of God. It's tsunami. You're a victim of a tsunami. You're a victim of a hurricane. You're a victim of war. You're a victim of gun violence. You're a victim of physical violence and all that, right? But to begin to identify with that, because you like something or you don't like something, it's gonna mess. It's really gonna mess with your health. And right now, what do you think is going on right now over the social media? Who identifies with abortion being legal or not? Well, I have a lot of opinions on that, and opinions are valid, but how much is my opinion, my stand on that is going to count? How much weight is it going to have over the final decision made if I just put a post on Facebook or Instagram or whatever social media? It's not gonna have any weight, right? As opposed to people that are over there peacefully railing on it and saying, no, this is not right, we're not standing for it, they have a bigger impact on that. But what's me putting a post on social media, I agree with this and I disagree with that, and I'm seeing, I'm seeing some educated people. I'm seeing some people educated in the field of psychology saying it. They're phrasing, and neurolanguage is one of my specialty, right? So they're phrasing it in such a political template. Just like a politician would say, well, I don't agree or disagree with that. I agree and disagree with this fact and this fact and this fact. It's just so typical political. And you kind of, emotional intelligence has a lot to do with behavior, and it kind of, you would expect that professional in the field of psychology would be aware of those things, but they're not. So then we go back to what I started. Emotional intelligence is not taught in school. Emotional intelligence in psychology, it's not the same thing. Psychology, it's a whole industry that has so many different areas. But emotional intelligence, you begin to learn emotional intelligence at home. It ended again. In Romania, we define emotional intelligence as we call it the first 7 years from growing up at home. This got kicked out, so let me start it again. Okay, I need to do more clicks. So let me figure out what I need to click on this. Just a second. It's just a second here. I need to click on save. So yeah, Chishapti Andakasa. In Romanian, we would call it Chishapti Andakasa. That has a lot to do with emotional intelligence. That's emotional intelligence. And and also being able to not get aggravated with technology, like I am in the midst of getting aggravated with technology right now on things, on what it says that do click here and then this is going to happen, and it's not happening. So let me try this one more time. Yes, it just doesn't like something. Because it's ridiculous on how many things you have to click on something to get something done. So I will get Randy over here on the phone and continue the conversation like that, because this is just going to be a bit simpler.
Can't get on?
Yeah, well, I got kicked out again. So let's. I'm just gonna have you on the phone, and we're just gonna continue going over here on. And here someone says we have some people participating on Facebook, so I'm just gonna have you here on a phone. And here someone says that religion leaders don't accept hypnosis practice because they believe it's evil. Well, that's fine. Then I guess they're not gonna help themselves to get rid of blockages that they have. So it's
what's so interesting is so many ministers put their congregation, and my dad was a minister, they put their congregation in a trance. I mean, they have hypnosis, it's just not called that. When they're feeling the spirit and having all the emotions that are involved, a lot of times they're in a trance. They're in a religious trance. So it's not, it's just interesting because they a lot of them think hypnosis is the devil's work, but they're in a trance when they're hearing the minister.
You see, there you go. You bring a good point because yes, because what the minister is doing, he's making a lot of hypnotic suggestion, and people don't know what hypnotic suggestions are, and then people are going to believe them. So here is a hypnotherapist that is highly trained, that knows how to work with people's that knows they know how to work with people's emotions, and their hearts. I mean, it's people's hearts that you're very careful of the words you use and how you guide them so to avoid trauma. And but then again, manipulating through fear, because a lot of religions, and not all of them, a lot of religions they teach you fear. If you do this, you go to hell. If you do this, you go to heaven, or whatever. You incarnate, don't incarnate, and whatever their what's the word? The tip of the tongue. I have a tip of the tongue phenomena now. What's the word?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not finding a word that, tip of the tongue phenomenon. The word is there, but it's
right.
Yeah. Right. So here's where I say that a lot of Romanians avoid to be treated from depression, and it's true they do, because I'm from Romania and I grew up in Romania and moved over here, and I've talked with you, Randy. How many times have I talked about this? The cultural clash, and the emotional intelligence layers, availability and layers that it's available to different countries it's quite fascinating. Like, was it yesterday we were talking about Eastern Europe, Romania, because I'm going to talk about my country, not everybody else's country. I don't want to offend other people's countries. But Romania, for example, it's a very old country, and it's full of tradition. And it's got so it's so rooted in tradition, and forget religion, just look at the tradition. In tradition says that we do this and this is how we do it. We're not going to do it any other different way, right? And then this is what is taught. I mean, you continue to teach your children and your children's children, and so on and so on. Generation after generation learns how to cook, how to dance, how to do certain things. And then because that culture it's not exposed to options, they don't even know options are available. And it's not necessarily dropping tradition, because we don't want to drop tradition, because tradition is healthy, right? Good tradition is healthy. But you can always do things a little bit different. How a little bit different? In a way that's good for you and that's good for others at the same time. You're not going to hurt yourself, you're not going to hurt others, and you're not going to disrespect tradition. But instead of large quantity, maybe you can do small quantities and still respect a tradition and adapt to the current life, that current society that you live in. I mean, are you gonna continue to respect tradition and not use your smartphone nowadays? I don't think so.
Yeah, and it's not just Romanians that are resistant to like getting treatment for depression. I mean, it's still got a stigma in this country. So it's not just unenlightened Eastern European people who can't come into the 20th century or 21st century. I mean, a lot of people have still got a stigma here.
That's true.
Very, very, it's lessening, but still it's very stigmatizing. And there's just a whole different discussion, but it probably, I mean, there's some reason to be stigmatized because it can be, people look down on it. It's a very complex thing. So,
yes, but here's the stigma again comes. I think the root of the stigma again, it goes into the triangle, victim, rescue, prosecutor triangle, which again, it's we ought to step out of it, and I'm seeing more and more people stepping out of that victim, rescuer, prosecutor triangle, and I'm so happy to see that. They're not aware that they're doing it, but I'm seeing that happening. And
it does. It happens more and more as people become more and more enlightened. And exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
So, and it's a good thing to see.
So what enlightened means, it means educated. You become more knowledgeable. So being education is not limited to school and organized education. A lot of people misunderstand education as being limited to just the school as to organized education. There's school, grammar school, high school, college, university, doctorate, postdoctorate, and things like that. Because we have to continue to keep on educating ourselves with the demands of life, with what requires to be healthy. We're exposed to so much toxicity nowadays. All of the industry is like. I just read a really cool article today on. I'm deviating, but it's a really cool article that technology is being developed to extract carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, to compress it. To air extract it from air. It compresses it and it stores it into near rocks, which eventually in about 20 years or so, don't hold me on this number because I'm not, that carbon monoxide, CO2, it's going to become a rock. That's fascinating. I mean, it is completely fascinating if you ask me. But then if you think about it, a diamond is made, the main component of a diamond is what? Isn't it carbon?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So we're gonna be even richer. We extract the carbon from the atmosphere, and we're gonna turn it into diamonds within a few years. So, yay for that.
You know, one of the things that I think a lot of therapists, I think they would agree on this, because therapists don't agree on a lot of things, believe it or not. But I think one thing people would agree on, the thing that I experienced, was exactly what you've been talking about tonight, is being aware of what's going on internally, you know, aware of what's going on inside of us. And when I was doing psychotherapy full time, it would be a major victory for a client to just be aware of what was triggering them. So, you know, aware of what was going on. That's why I love hypnosis so much, because it makes that happen very quickly.
Yes,
But
emotional intelligence. Your emotional intelligence increases because that's self-awareness. Self-awareness is at the bottom of the pyramid for emotional intelligence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've noticed that. So anyway, yeah, interesting.
Because once you are aware of what triggers that, then you can do something about it.
Yeah, you're self-aware. Exactly. Right. Right. You can do something about it rather than feel like you're a victim, like you're saying.
So now that we are aware of the victim rescue prosecutor as the ugliest thought-feeling pattern ever introduced in the collective consciousness, we can begin to take a step back from being the criticizer, from being a victim, from behaving as such. And behaving as such doesn't mean just saying something or just, it means thinking something. So victimhood exists.
Being okay in that, being okay with that position.
Yes, and of course there's going to be aspects of life that we're not gonna like, but it doesn't mean that we are victims of every circumstance, because we're not. The more we begin to understand that we have choices, more choices than we could ever think about, then the healthier our life becomes. Yeah. Oh, someone here, Vera, said that today we have to be able to understand the power of science, theology, and understand the power of, since theology, science probably, or this mistype, and learn to cope with social life of today. Well, yes, because it's not. I mean, religion is good, and we're not gonna get rid of God, because we don't want that. We want to love God and have God in our life, and have God-loving people in our life. It is the dogma that we want to move away from, because the way to look at it is, how many years ago was the Earth discovered to be round and actually to not be flat?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so the same concept, you take the same concept, apply in religion, and continue to go to church because your church and you love the church, or don't go to church if you had enough of it.
Or synagogue or temple.
Yes, yeah, there you go. Yes, or a place of religion. Let's just call it a place
of religion. Right.
Yeah. So you are free to do that, and if somebody is not gonna like it, are you hurting somebody that if you don't go, or are you hurting someone that if you go to that place of religion? So identifying, the religion, it's for the most part, it's putting people together and giving them a sense of community, of belonging, and that's a wonderful thing to do. But let's stay away from the polarity of that. Oh, you got to go to hell if this, then that.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And some good points. I mean, those are comments off of Facebook.
Yeah, I had a comment on Facebook. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are you able to access the Facebook and see the comments that are being made? Go under my profile. I don't think it's for some reason it doesn't let me. didn't let me do a live on the page. So go onto my profile, and then you're going to be able to see the live and see the comments over there, and you can put in the comments too, and you can even click a like on that comment and have more people interact if they want to.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah.
So
yeah, because those points are good.
Yeah, because religion is something that affects our identity, and religion is very important to us. But I think that once we understand that religion can be polarizing, if we consciously choose to stay away from polarity and keep what's good, then we're good. Then we are increasing emotional intelligence. I had no intention of talking about religion today, but I guess we just got there somehow.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to avoid when you're talking about trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong, and trying to figure out what's. And the person who made that comment got a good point. It's a lot of people, religious people, a lot of people with different things see hypnosis as evil, and that's a legitimate thing. There are a lot of people that see psychotherapy as an evil thing. It came from Sigmund Freud, who was an atheist, so it's got to be evil.
Yes, because the polarity aspect of the religion, not all the aspect, but when religion becomes polarized, it becomes polarized because it wants to control you. So then if you go and work on your subconscious, where all your boo-boos are sitting in your subconscious, then those that are invested in controlling you, they don't want you to go work on your boo-boos, to take your boo-boos out of your subconscious.
Right.
All of your blockages, right?
Right.
So...
Right. Yeah, one of the things that one of my teachers, he did, one of my therapy teachers, he wrote a book about cults. And one of the things that cults have in common is they isolate the people in it. They isolate the people in it, and they keep them away from other parts of society. And when people study cults, that's one of the patterns that happens, and they keep them away, and they keep them. They preach exactly what you're saying. There's a polarity. We know the truth, and no one else does. So, anyway.
That is again. That is very, very sad. So as long as truth is relative. If we learned anything from Albert Einstein, we learn that truth is relative because it's a matter of perspective. What are you looking at, and from what perspective you're looking at? So to just blindly go in there and believe someone that is like, this is the truth and this is the way to whatever you gotta go. And what we are teaching in Erickson and hypnosis, and I'm not talking about other hypnosis, but in Erickson and hypnosis, what we are teaching everybody is in a way that is good for you, that doesn't hurt somebody else.
And I don't. I think people should be very, for anybody, not religion, but anything, anybody that says this is the truth. This is the absolute truth. I think to be a little bit not dubious, but just a little careful of accepting it, because there are very few things in the world that are just absolute truths. I mean, I guess it's a truth that the sun will rise tomorrow.
There are universal truths. Yes, there are. Right. But other than that.
When people say, and this is not, I've gotten all my vaccines, getting my boosters, and very much pro-vaccine and all this, but one of the things I think that turned a lot of people off about it is that, this is science, and science is the truth. And science isn't always the truth. It wasn't that long ago that science believe that we should be bleeding our diseases out of our body. So it's just something I just think it's to be aware of. Like you said, it's emotional intelligence. Just to be
Yes.
aware if somebody's trying to convince me of something or make me feel a certain way, what's going on about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I said a whole lot. I don't know if I said anything.
No. You did because you brought up another good point about science, and what science measures. The role of science is to measure things, and science intends to explain existence and goes about understanding how matter and anything that's physical, physics, chemistry, mechanics, quantums, all of that. It goes about measuring that and trying to understand how it works. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing to have. But there is no the answer.
Yeah. Right.
Again, the answer.
Certain people believe, very strongly about certain religions, but yes, there's, there's no, it's just to be aware, if somebody's saying, oh, I know the truth and everyone else doesn't. Jesus himself asked Pontius Pilate, what is truth?
There you go. So yeah, let's go.
So if Jesus can ask it, we can.
Yes. So
That's true.
yeah, no, it's definitely. So you're right. Just take that portion of the Bible and take it to all of the preacher. But then they're gonna mess with your head and turn you around and say, no, this is the way and this is the way. And again, and I don't know how we arrived. Well, we arrived to this because of comments over here. We were talking about hypnosis, and then people were talking about religion. Emotional intelligence is not limited to religion, but religion is something that affects our identity and affects that which is dear to us, and it alters, it increases or diminishes our hope, and that's very important. And hope is always very important to people. But as long as we are aware that there are multiple ways to be right, and there are multiple solutions, oftentimes 99% there are multiple solutions to the same problem.
Yeah.
Then make your choice. Elevate your intelligence, because emotional intelligence will prevail intellectual intelligence at any time. And even though those people with high IQ, intellectual quota, might be highly successful out there, a lot of them are very sad, very lonely, and have a broken heart. So I happen to have a high IQ and a high EQ. And if you are to ask me which I would rather have, I will always vote for the high EQ, high emotional intelligence.
Right.
Okay, and here's Daniela said, thank you very much, guys. This was the best company I had between my appointments. I love listening to some good info on the go. Well, you are welcome.
Yes.
You are welcome. Okay, so you are welcome. Very, very welcome. Yes. So what else do we want to go with? It's 8.
Well, we've covered the whole bound of religion and psychology and theology and morality and the existence of man. So I think we've covered a fair amount, huh?
Yes, we did. And okay, Vieira says over here on his, why religion leaders advise member not to take vaccine? Oh, you want to take this on, Randy?
Well, not all religious leaders do.
Okay.
I mean, some do.
Okay, but so let's have you answer this.
It's a very good question. I'm not sure if I know the answer. I think not all of them do. I mean, there are some that are very pro-vaccine. There are some that just I live in the Deep South, and one of the most prominent ministers here, the evangelical Christian, he was very, very much anti-vaccine. Why? I don't have a clue. I really don't. It never made a bit of sense to me.
Yes, that's not. I don't think there's not. It doesn't have a religion aspect to it. I think it's a personal. I think it's a personal preference that this religion's leader, they have a personal preference, which they are free to choose the way they want to choose. Nobody's forcing them, right? But then don't impose the vaccine are such a sensitive subject because it has to do with your physical health and the physical health of those around you. It's not just one person involved. If somebody has cancer is not contagious, okay? But viruses are contagious. So if a religious leader has a personal opinion of being against the vaccine, I'm not in agreement of them telling other people what to do the vaccine or not to do the vaccine. That is sad.
Well, and what's frustrating is that there'll be, it's not just religious leaders, there'll be any society leaders say, oh, the government can't tell us what to do. That's we can't let the government dictate what to put in our bodies. We can't let the government do anything about with our bodies. It's our bodies. Well, who is... Now we're in the middle of an abortion debate. Well, that's the government telling women what to do with their bodies. Mm-hmm. So, I know that's a very controversial thing, but it's there's an inherent I don't get. Somebody's pro-life. They want the government to be involved in some parts of people's bodies, but not the others. So I don't understand. I think you're right. It doesn't have anything to do with religion. It's a bizarre thing. And you're right. Christianity especially is very community oriented. So it's very weird for a Christian pastor. Now, maybe other ones are too. I don't mean the others aren't. Because I'm just familiar with Christianity. It's something I've ever been familiar with. But it does have a community point, and it's just bizarre for Christian leaders to, just like you said, to advocate something that would be harmful to the community. Mm-hmm. And I don't get it, and I respect it. Do what they want to do, but I don't get it. So, and other religions may too. Like I say, I'm just not real familiar with the other types of religions. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Yes, it is. It is a very good point. All right. So we're gonna check out for tonight, and we're gonna come back next. Wednesday, and hopefully I'm not gonna get kicked off the internet. Last time I got kicked off out of my desktop, and now I got kicked off out of my laptop. So today I moved to my laptop. And I'm on a desktop, so it's a lot of pieces moving here, but
it's the devil trying to keep you not from talking.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. All right. Well, you are very, very welcome. Somebody says thank you and very, very welcome. And I have to click on something to stop it, and that's it. We're gonna come back next Wednesday.
Yeah, and these comments are wonderful. I was just looking at the website. The Facebook. There's very interesting comments. Excellent.
Yes.
There's such good questions. I wish I was smart enough to answer them, but there's such good questions.
Randy, you are smart. What are you talking about? You're one of the smartest people I know. Your humbleness.
Will get you nowhere.
No. You're one of the smartest people I know, because being smart means more than having a diploma and a degree. And you are emotionally intelligent. You have a heart. You have a heart, and you care.
You too.
Yes. All right, everybody. So we're gonna stop this live for right now. If I figure out what to click on. All right, I found the button, and we will see you next Wednesday. And go ahead and send me your questions, and we will address your questions, because some of them were really, really good questions today. All right. So thank you, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Alright, so today we're going to something is not going right, and I decided, okay, so today we're going to talk about a little bit about depression and anxiety and hypnosis. There's so much misunderstanding about the topic of hypnosis, and I find that a lot of people can benefit from being educated on the benefits of it, because hypnosis has gotten a bad rap, and it's not right. It is absolutely not right. And Ericksonian hypnosis is very different than stage hypnosis, to what people usually see on movies. A lot of people are familiar with hypnosis as being part of a movie where somebody on the stage makes you cluck like a chicken. That's not what hypnosis is. That's not what hypnosis does. And I think that I talked about it before many times, that psychotherapy has developed from hypnosis. Psychoanalysis was developed from hypnosis. So what hypnosis does, especially Ericksonian hypnosis, is very gentle and very permissive. And what basically, to summarize this in very quick words, what hypnosis does, it helps you elevate your emotional intelligence is the quickest method to elevate your emotional intelligence. And why? Is because emotional intelligence requires you to be self-aware, and requires you to regulate, downregulate, control your emotions, and it requires you to understand and be thoughtful and respectful of other people's emotions. To summarize it, it's more complex than that, but in just a few words. So conversational hypnosis, and there's a lot of coaching that happens in hypnosis, and there's a lot of skill learning. I happen to teach clients a lot of skills in developing self-awareness and emotional intelligence. And Ericksonian hypnosis is very, very gentle and very permissive. In hypnosis, we don't talk about something you don't want to talk. We will not. And I'm not going to ask you about what happened unless you want to tell me. And I'm not going to ask you what happened, and then what happened next, and then how did you feel about it, and what happened next, and how did you feel about it, and what happened next, and how did you feel about it. I'm not going to do that. I have a lot of clients that come to me after they have done psychotherapy. And the level of growth that we achieve is tremendous. And the role of hypnotherapist, and I'm going to speak for hypnosis, and Randy can talk about his role as a psychotherapist and then his role as a hypnotherapist as well. But my role as a hypnotherapist and a coach is to respect your model of the world as it is, and not try to rearrange your model of the world. What does that mean? That means that if you're a Christian, I'm gonna allow you to be Christian. I'm not gonna challenge your beliefs, whether Christianity is the right religion or not. If you're a Buddhist, I'm not gonna challenge whether your Buddhism is the right, whether it's better or not better than any other religion. If you're Jewish, the same. If you're brown color, the same. If you're white, I'm not going to try to change your model of the world. This is what religions do, and this is what brainwashing does, and this is what a lot of famous people that get you under their spell do, like the guy I don't want to mention his name. We talked about it last time. So by respecting your model of the world, we get to uncover your processes. It's not as much as what happened, because what happened is many years ago, and it probably lasted, let's say, one day, or a total of how many days throughout your life. And by now you're probably 40, 50 years old. Okay, maybe 20. All right, not 20, whatever, right? So the event has left an imprint on you because of the amygdala, right? And it has a hold on you, and it pulls you down. It pulls you down, and there's a lot of ruminating, thinking going back and forth that things shouldn't have happened, and whose fault is it, and I'm a victim and all, and you're probably right. But the fact of the matter is that that's not happening anymore. And the difficulty, we're having difficulty breaking away from it, or not letting it go, but it's a complex process. We're having difficulty staying away from it and not having that run in the back of my head. I'm trying to just find the more complex term, but there is no more complex term in just a 5 words over here. Because it has a hold on you, and because your processes, right? But then your processes have a lot to do with your values, your beliefs, your sorting mechanism, your meta programs, and so on, and your individual reality. So in hypnosis, you see, in psychotherapy, there's a lot of, and I'm not speaking for all psychotherapy, because psychotherapy, it has a lot of variety to it. But in psychotherapy, the events, that which troubles you is addressed, right? And it has you, and Randy's going to talk more about that because he's a licensed psychotherapist. And that does not leave as much room as for your processes. How are you processing that information? Now, how are we going to understand that? Well, the way we can understand that is a desktop, a laptop, and a smartphone. They all process things differently. They all access the internet. Kind of sort of the internet would be your subconscious. That's where you have all your stuff that you might or you might not find. And this is where hypnosis helps you get to, like when you go online and you need to get to a place, you need to know the address to where you're going. So this is what hypnosis, it gets good with that, and is very gentle with the right professional, especially Ericksonian hypnosis, to slowly get to those blockages that have been stored in your subconscious, right? So, but the way you access the internet and the features available to you on a desktop or on a laptop or on a smartphone are different. It's just different devices, and they all have a processor. And it takes you different clicks and different screens to get to whatever you need to get to by these 3 different objects. I'm keeping it simple because it's much more complex than this, right? So, so with hypnosis, especially me, so I'm going to talk about me, I'm very focused on how your processes are going, how you arrange your whys and the beliefs and the values, and what's more valuable and which beliefs hold you deeper and deeper. And once I understand these processes, then we talk about it, and then we go heal it with hypnotic suggestion. And hypnosis, people are 100% aware in hypnosis. Only at the beginning, only in the very first few sessions, they doze in and doze out. But in hypnosis, at least Ericksonian hypnosis, you maintain your awareness at all time. If a noise happens, you're going to be out and about right away. Right? I'm not interested for you to fall asleep. Well, if you happen to fall asleep, you're probably being tired that day, and it's okay. We'll work with that, right? But it saddens me it saddens me to, somebody made a comment last time we talked that hypnosis is believed to be bad. I'm not going to repeat the comment. I don't want to repeat a comment. That is going to be bad. And then there's a lot of religious people and a lot of Eastern European, I'm talking about my Romanian comrades, that are hesitant to take this approach to treat that depression. And that's a problem. Why? Because it's easily available, it's inexpensive, and it gets to the root of the trouble quick, right? And it educates you about your processes, and it helps you understand your beliefs and your values and your sorting mechanism, your evaluation, your meta programs. Once you begin to understand that, then you begin to have more self-awareness and more self-regulating and emotional control and all that, right? Because you need that. I mean, medicine is going to help, and we have the medicine. If medicine's available to you, use it if it works for you, right? But the thing with depression and anxiety that most people barely talk about is that not only the one that is affected by it is affected by it. Their spouses, their significant others are highly affected by it too, whether they say something or not. It is not you, the client, that is affected only. It is your significant other as well. Your employer, your neighbor, your children, your mother, grandmother, grandparents, your kitty cats and puppy dogs and the plants inside the house and everything else is affected by it. And then there is a common mechanism in between that there is a heaviness that comes with anxiety and depression. This heaviness it's heavy. It's just heavy, and it comes in both anxiety and depression. And oftentimes when people carry this heavy with them, it's kind of sort of they want their significant others to help with it. And they do the best they can, but they cannot fix it for you. And then they begin to lean on the other. And having you dealing with anxiety and depression and leaning on someone like a family member, it's very hard on them. And then you wonder why relationships break out. It's hard on both of you, right? It's not right or wrong and who's got it right and who needs more. It's not about that. So that's why here we are, the professionals, to help you not figure it out, but help you heal it the best you can. And this is not going to happen in a session or two, and probably not even 3, not even 10 sessions. A lot will happen, but and depends on the individual. I mean, in my case, when I work with, let's say, American people, I get to the root of the cause a bit quicker than when I work with Romanian or Eastern European people, because I talked about it, the consciousness of the mentality and the consciousness of Eastern European people is just so thick in tradition and superstition and the right and the wrongs of religion, and this is how things should be, and this is how people should behave, and this is how people should look, and lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? It takes a longer time to peel the layers of the onion with this mechanism of beliefs and values, right? So I hope I answered quickest to it for those who don't have patience to stay on more, but I'm gonna have Randy pitch in from his professional experience as a licensed clinical social worker, licensed psychotherapist, and a certified hypnotherapist to really give us your view on anxiety and depression and the misconception over hypnosis, and especially underlying the Ericksonian hypnosis, which you're both trained in.
Well, the main difference, to put it very simply, the main difference between hypnosis, hypnotherapy, and psychotherapy is in psychotherapy, the client does most of the talking. In hypnosis, the hypnotherapist does the talking. That's one of the very basic differences.
Yes.
So when people talk about going to talk therapy, they're talking about psychotherapy, where a therapist is going to encourage a person to talk about what is bothering them, how they're thinking about it, how they're feeling, how it's connected, what is it they want to change, what are their goals, how can they improve their life, and that kind of thing, and how can they get over the problems they're having or struggles. In hypnosis, the therapist, the hypnotist, just which you could, Carmen, you could chime in too if you like, but you agree that when you're seeing somebody in hypnosis, you're going to do most of the talking because you're going to induce, and some people like that. They want to be led to be able to deal with their problems. Other people come in and they want to talk. So if there's something I want to get off my chest, and hypnotist is probably not going to be the thing that will help. Now, hypnotherapy can help in talk therapy because it can help a person remove some of their barriers and not be as defensive and look at what's motivating them psychologically. But when that happens, the therapist is going to do a lot of the talking, and the subject can stay back and listen. So that to me is one of the significant differences. There's a lot of other differences, obviously. That's the main difference.
Yes, and the beauty with hypnotherapy is that we do talk about what's bothering you. We absolutely talk about what's bothering you, but we don't go over and over and over as to re-traumatize. We talk about the gist of it, and then we guide you into a deep relaxation, and we take you out of tension into a guided deep relaxation, which puts you into a focused awareness. And in that focused awareness, we invite your subconscious to the guiding of imagery. Imagery works for 99% of the people to talk to you in a form of images, that which has been stored for so long. And then once the subconscious processes this through the form of images, some images might have meaning to you, some not. We don't rehash all that. But through every single session, there is some sort of clarity where a lot of blockages get released, right? Sometimes you're conscious of the blockages, sometimes you're not, sometimes right away, sometimes a bit later. But releasing that and allowing the subconscious to express the symbols and the images, because subconscious doesn't speak words. It just doesn't speak words and numbers. The conscious speaks words and numbers. And this is the beauty of hypnotherapy. You don't have to rehash what's being wrong, and then all of a sudden you find yourself. It's like you peel the layers of the onion, and you peel one layer and another and another and another, and some layers are dry and some layers are not. But eventually you're gonna peel all the layers, and then you're gonna get to the core of who you are. And I keep telling people who you are is the love that you are. But a lot of people cannot agree with that. I mean, they kind of sort of something, they never heard something like that, and it cannot you cannot process through it. What do you mean I'm the love that I am? Well, yeah, the love that you are. So then if you are the love that you are, how are you going to behave? How are you going to think? How are you going to talk? How are you going to dress? How behavior, what is your process is going to be once you are the love that you are. And to arrive to all that, it takes a little bit of a time. And at the moment to which you become the love that you are, there's no more blaming anybody. There's no more criticizing anybody. Is accepting that shit has happened, and sometimes it might happen again. It's just bad weather, right? Or bad socioeconomic circumstances, right? Um, but just I've seen some tremendous shifts, and I have this. Randy, do you want to add something before I go on?
The only thing I would say add is that uh, a, hip, a hypnotherapist is probably going to do a mixture of talk therapy and hypnosis.
Yes.
But a person going to hypnotherapist is going to know what's going on. A qualified, certified, licensed professional is not, it will never try to put somebody in a trance without their awareness. They're going to say, okay, let's try some hypnosis and let's start it now. And here's what's going to happen, and here's what I'm going to say, and here's what you're going to hear, and let's do it. We're doing it. I'm hypnotizing you now, and then in the end say, okay, now it's over. So the idea that somebody can be hypnotized against their will, seeing somebody is a big myth. And
Yes.
a licensed, ethical, and there are unethical people everywhere, but if you go to somebody who's certified in hypnosis, hypnotherapy, and licensed professional, if you want therapy, then you're going to be good. But if you're certified, make sure they're certified and they're trained in hypnosis, then they'll be good. And there's a lot, as you know, Carmen, there's tons of different ways to get trained in hypnosis. It's good to kind of research. Carmen and I both have been to this institute that is world known, worldwide, and anybody can Google it. I see it's one of the most respected institutions in the world. So that's what you want to see when you're constantly. You want to avoid going to see somebody who learned hypnosis last weekend and it's just and that's what they learned. I learned it, over a weekend last year, and now they're doing it. There are a lot of people like that.
Yes, there are, and you will find a lot of people that might do guided meditation that they pretend to be hypnotists and hypnotherapists, and there is a difference. There's benefits on all ends, but there is a difference. And you bring out such a good point. You are correct. We cannot hypnotize you against your will, and nothing will happen against your will. And even if you go into a deep state of relaxation, we are trained to watch your ideomotor responses. They are called ideomotor responses. And we'll watch your breathing, watch your facial expression, what your body moves, and how fast is your rate of breathing. And that's one of the reasons that hypnotherapy works very well over Zoom. And actually works even better if you ask me, because you're sitting in your own environment at home, very comfortable. And then even once the session is done, you can continue to rest and even take a nap instead of abruptly coming out of the session and then having to drive to places. So I get a lot of results with online sessions, but every now and then face-to-face and in-person sessions are highly valuable. But you're right, Rennie, I cannot stress enough the fact that I will not hypnotize you against your will. And when you are hypnotized against your will, it's when you are controlled by fear, by portions of the media and certain people that tell you what the truth is. So
and the other thing I would say,
what is the truth? This is the truth. they are proceeding to hypnotize you. When somebody constantly criticizes something and putting someone down, and or whatever, either they're constantly criticizing or they're constantly crying about the victim, they're hypnotizing you because they're using neural language, which is the neural language comes into, and it's going to trigger a response from you. And this is where emotional intelligence comes in. And instead of you being triggered by a reaction, instead of having a reaction, then you can choose to have a response. And
there was a big popular movie just came out. I actually saw it, called The Batman. And in that movie, it's 3 hours long. And a lot of people say, oh my God, I can't sit for 3 hours. I can't watch a movie 3 hours. So many people go into it and it's over like that. And they'll say, gosh, it went by so quick. That was 3 hours. And other great movies too. Other great movies are long. Gone with the Wind's 4 hours. I went to a movie once that was 8 hours. And it goes by instantly. When that happens, we're hypnotized. We are in a state of hypnosis. It's called time distortion, because time goes by without us realizing. So the idea that hypnotism is this mysterious thing that only special people know how to do, and you got to be careful, is just a big myth. We're hypnotized when we do anything we enjoy in the time. How many times have people been on the beach and they're like, oh, the vacation's over already? Well, it's hypnotized. Our time is distorted. So, just to throw that in.
Yes. Yes, you bring up a good point. And last time we talked about people being controlled by fear, and you also brought up a good point that a lot of people through media, I'm clicking here on many things. So a lot of people through media, they go through propagating a lot of fear-charged messages, and you are being hypnotized by it. The moment your
thinking mind starts to get turned off and you start emoting and getting upset, then you're getting close to hypnosis. You're getting close to a state of hypnosis.
Yeah, in a bad way. That's in a bad way.
Well, in my opinion.
Yeah, because in a professional hypnotherapy session, you're not gonna get revved up.
No.
Even if bad memories come up, the intensity to which in hypnosis, this is the beauty of hypnosis, that you get to resolve your traumas and your bad memories and those things that are heavy in a very non-intense way. The way you're going to process it, because we help you get relaxed, and you're going to stay focused. You're going to be relaxed, and your awareness, your focus is going to be directed on, your attention will be directed by the hypnotherapist on what to do, what to say, change something, don't change something, and mostly work with images and not necessarily with feelings, because the subconscious stores information in images and symbols, and feelings are translated into that, and feelings and emotions are actually different, and you can work with feelings rather than with emotions and reactions. And the most beautiful thing happened, the most beautiful healing you find happening in hypnosis is like, wow. And a lot of people go like, oh wow, never knew I processed it like this, but whoa, look at that. And then it's gone.
And it's very safe too. I mean, it's a very safe environment. And if somebody's is being hypnotized and something pops into their mind that upsets them, a good hypnotist is going to say, well, let's talk about it, and bring you out, and you'll talk. And if you want to go back in, you can. If not, you don't. It's a safe, comfortable. I know one of the trainings I went to, their goal the person's goal, and I think this is such a great idea, is they want the client to leave very satisfied every time. They want them to leave in a very good state of mind. So if a person's leaving a therapy, not always, in therapy that doesn't always happen, but in hypnosis and hypnotherapy it happens more than it doesn't. So, if you're leaving a hypnotist office and you're in a bad state of mind, that's probably something's not right there. So anyway, that's just kind of nice.
Yeah, I remember that story where the guy walked into what's his name office with a gun in his head and ready to kill himself. I mean, that is just big guy over 6 feet, had a gun and had a gun
Right.
in his head and ready to kill himself. And they walked in and said, "Doc, I'm gonna kill myself." And then the therapist said, "Well, before you kill yourself, let's talk a little bit." And that was the session, talking. There is conversational hypnosis, and conversational hypnosis has help you identify your processes. And the way this session ended, that this person, of course, they didn't kill himself. This person gave their gun to, I believe, to their neighbors or their friends outside, or someone they trusted. They gave their gun someone to be safe, and then they checked themselves into a hospital. That is a highly successful session. I mean, this guy he was on the verge to commit he described, not only by himself, and then as a hypnotherapist, you ought to be careful what you say to someone like that, because you're in a very difficult position to talk to someone that it's going through someone so intense.
The other thing too, I was going to, I think it might be helpful to address too, and you can talk about it also. You can, curious here what your thoughts are. Is that, if somebody thinks that hypnotism, hypnotherapy, psychotherapy, all that stuff is evil and bad, and, I really think, I just give that some thought. I think they should probably talk to their minister or their pastor or their rabbi or their spiritual leader and find out why they think it's bad, why they think it's evil. A lot of people believe, I come from a very religious family, that distance from God, or what they believe, or Jesus, or the Hebrew God, or whatever, distance from God is the cause of all problems. And anything else that goes against that is not religion. And people believe it. And if they have that kind of thought, that that's what they need, they probably should talk to a minister rather than a hypnotist. Because if they think it's a spiritual issue, that they're not close enough to God, or they've left God, or they've abandoned God, or something along those lines, then yeah, a spiritual person is going to be what they need, not a secular kind of hypnotist or hypnotherapist. Would you agree? Would you think?
You bring out an excellent point, because in hypnotherapy there is something called spiritual hypnosis, and in hypnotherapy, and I have that very approach, and a lot of people, a lot of therapists, they are encouraged to have to include God and the spiritual aspect of the client. That is their model of the world. And but the spiritual approach to things, it's always very, very useful. And my approach, if someone would be very concerned that this could interfere with that religion, I would invite, and I have in the past invited that religion. There are very few sessions that I do Well, I ask permission, and I ask every client if they want to have their spirituality involved in that, and what is their beliefs, and is it okay if I use the word God or higher intelligence or creation and whatever. And only by asking this question, based on what they come back with, I begin to form an idea of how they run their spirituality. But then I have, after a while, and depending on the progress that the clients make, I go into a full spiritual hypnosis. Very different. It's not Christian, it's not Jewish, it's not Buddhist, it's not mass, it's not religious. It's very spiritual. It includes a higher power, and it includes a higher self and a higher mind and a higher heart, and all that. And the results I'm getting with that, I'm still astounded by it. I am astounded by it. I mean, I had that kind of hypnosis done at me, and the results I got from that, even to this day, it changed, it shifted so much. I mean, I grew up in Romania, and I moved here when I was early 20 years old, right? And of course, I grew up with those mentalities, the thick consciousness of rigid tradition, not necessarily just religion, but the rigid tradition where the belief is that this, if you do something, this is how you should do it, and this is the way to do it. There's no other ways to do it. So those kind of rigid constructs puts a lot of pressure, pain, pressure, causes anxiety and depression in people. It breaks out relationships, and so on. So I have had those layers of the onion by which I freed myself from it. So I've gone through this process, and I understand how an Eastern European, I know what to do with that. I know, I mean, with an Eastern European, it's going to take me an extra time just to go through those layers of strict tradition before we get to the root of the emotional intelligence. And this applies not just to Eastern European, applies to, I have clients that grow up in a gang neighborhood, African American clients that grow up in a gang neighborhood. Similar concept to that as well. It's a very rigid construct of tradition where you're supposed to behave the way they tell you to behave, and then you cannot be who you are. Doesn't matter how good and how intelligent and how kind you are. And that puts a tremendous pressure on, and it's not healthy. So now that I've released all of those rigid traditional constructs. And don't get me wrong, I'm proud of being Romanian, and there's so many beautiful values that comes with that. And even Randy appreciates a lot of my Romanianism. But all of the negative aspects of this rigidity of this traditional aspect, I don't carry with me. I don't have them in my beliefs. I don't have them in my values. My values have changed. My beliefs have adjusted. My priorities are different. My sorting it's very different. My reality is expanded and it's healthier. And life is beautiful. Life itself is beautiful. All of a sudden, there's more beauty in the world. There's more kindness in the world, in spite of all of the troubles and the ugliness that we're going through. I mean, we're still having war. You know, certain parts of the world still having war. There's still famine going on. There's still people that don't have roof over their head. In spite of that, we have the capacity to get to that place to where we begin to accept the heavy that has happened in the past and learn from it. What doesn't kill you make us stronger, right? Well, you're not dead yet, right? If you come to see me, you're not dead. God bless you. Let's get your life more beautiful, right? And it's possible. It's possible. We work with possibilities. I'm not interested in diagnosing you with anything. I'm, I'm interested in removing your blocks. I'm interested in revealing your processes and presenting you with possibilities that why would things be only this way and not the other way. So
Yeah, and taking advantage of the freedom we have over here.
yes, and one of the first thing I present to people that come from a rigid a tradition, rigid construct like either Eastern European or gang neighborhood or very heavy religious background, very strict religious background. I have them to begin to orient towards healthy and unhealthy as opposed to right or wrong. Because a lot of the right way of the rigid construct that they grew up with has caused them lack of health, has caused them a lot of anxiety and depression.
But when you say construct, what is, maybe you could explain that. That's kind of a, uh, that's, not everyone may know what that means. You say, I grew up with a rigid construct. What do you mean?
Tradition. It's just those rigid tradition. It's a construct. It's layers of consciousness. It's a construct of beliefs and values and sorting and right and wrong. It's a construction of beliefs and values that we all go through. What what
Well,
do you
it's just,
understand the construct?
yeah, I think that's true. It's just yeah, it's just it's a professional word. I'm not sure when people say, when you say, well, we have rigid constructs. I'm not sure everyone understands what that may be because uh, it may be because I certainly know what you mean by sure by far. Uh, but yeah, it helps to just kind of what you're thinking is in terms of what when you see
Okay.
somebody with that kind of when you think this person's got a rigid construct, what do you see and what do you think that's going on?
Okay, so a rigid construct, I'm going to take some of the most hilarious, some are hilarious, some are ridiculous constructs, like going up in Romania, there is this mentality, which is a belief and a value. It's a belief system, part of your belief system and your value system. It is very high priority on your value system that, especially women, they should be skinny. No way should you have a little bit of a curved tummy. Oh, you got to have a flat tummy. You got to have a rounded, pointed chest, a rat tummy, skinny hips, and long legs, and all that, and manicure and high heels, and wear the latest, most fashionable clothing. Doesn't matter if it hurts you. Doesn't matter if you're uncomfortable. That's a very rigid construct. And guess what? You eat something that it doesn't agree with you and you are bloated, then with this construct, you're just going to feel completely miserable. You're not going to feel just bloated. You're going to feel completely miserable. Oh my God, I'm so ugly. I'm not sexy.
And the construct also, are you saying, I mean, also the construct is the belief that I have to be a certain way, or I'm not worth anything. My worth
Oh,
depends on how I look.
before we get to before we get to personality, it's the it's the outside aspect. You have to look a certain way. It goes to your physical, out of which some you have control over, some you don't. Over the personality, you have some control over your personality, and we have control over your behavior, and the words that we say, and that we have control. But the way we look, we don't have a lot of control over. We have a big nose, we have big teeth, we have a gap in our teeth, we have long hair, short hair, blonde hair, white skin, darker skin, pink skin, whatever. Right? There's things we don't have control over. And in Romania, for example, chubby people chubby people are not chubby, they're called obese. And a lot of people struggle. I mean, Romanians are obsessed with weight to the point that they see someone that is on the chubby side, right? Just so you know, I'm not skinny by their standards. I'm overweight by Romanian standards, just so we get it out of the way, right? They see someone that fat and they go, oh my God, God help me if I'm gonna be like that person. I freeze when I hear that. That is, and I don't remember me ever thinking like that about that. I mean, I remember me being concerned about having to be skinny, right? But that person that is chubby, I mean, my mom was chubby and I loved her, right? And I'm sure other Romanian moms are chubby and they're loved, right? And I'm not sure at what age a woman is okay to be chubby, right? But these people that are overweight, they're not necessarily overweight because of their choice. Because yeah, some of them eat bad stuff, but some eat a lot of sweets and gain weight, and some eat a lot of sweets and don't gain weight.
Some old medicine that causes weight gain, steroids.
There you go. So it depends on metabolism. But this is the most ridiculous rigid construct that a lot of Eastern Europeans still hold themselves to that standard that they won't even get out of the house. I'm sorry, they won't even get out of the house. Like, no, I have to put my makeup on. Like over here in US of A, you know, you sit at home, watch TV in your daily jammies, and you just get up, oh, I have to go to pick up a bottle of milk. You just put your shoes on, slippers on, and get in the car, go to the store.
I'm not sure I like that either.
Well, yeah, but still, I mean, people are not that concerned. I mean, they're not. They're perfectly clothed, clean, reasonable, but they don't put heels on. They don't have to put makeup on and heels and all of that.
Yeah, I think they don't have to get dressed up.
I still, to this day, I don't dress up as bad as I used to before. But even to this day, I have a little bit of something like, oh, let me check my face and let me check what I'm wearing. Is it matching all the colors? What shoes do I put on? What coat do I put on for me to get out? And there are a lot of women that suffer because of that. They are dealing with anxiety and depression, and they suffer because of that. And then there's a lot of other people, I don't want to call them names, that put more pressure on them, and they say, oh, you look like you changed, you aged, or you gain weight. You gain weight? It's like this is one of the first things you learn as a civilized citizen, to not make comments about how someone looks. And you brought that to our attention, Randy, in one of the past lives that we had. That you don't, especially a woman, you don't talk about her appearance. You make her a compliment, nice, and
even young girls. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff on the internet about that. The men, I don't know why. But then, you know, they see little girls, oh, you're so cute, you're so pretty, you got such pretty hair and all this stuff. It's always about the looks. And, you know, I did it too. Boy, I'm just being aware that that's something, yeah. A gentleman never, ever, 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 unless it's a strong compliment, like that dress looks great on you, that hairstyle really stands out, or something like that. Yeah, looks off limits. Should be for men too, but yeah. I don't know what that has to do with hypnosis, but there's probably a connection there.
Well, we were talking about rigid constructs, and then from the rigid construct, this is how we arrived to it. And I haven't presented all of the rigid constructs, but this is one of the most ridiculous, and this is one of the it's valued because people are judged by it. And then I hear from a lot of Romanians that they they don't want to go be around with other Romanians. They don't want to congregate with other Romanians if they have adopted a different set of beliefs and a different set of values, which adds to their freedom and to their emotional well-being, to their emotional health. They don't care to go socialize with other Romanians, because I have Romanians in this case, because they are judgmental like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't want to go spend my free time with a group of people and walk in and they go, "Oh my God, you're getting really old." I mean, that's not my idea of fun.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So I am actually very pleased to see that a lot of people are beginning to drop this value of having to look perfect and having to look very trendy, always trendy. But still, this belief and this rigid construct is so deeply rooted in the belief system and the value system that it takes a long time to remove it, to take it out. And then you see people begin to break away from it, and then they're affected, and then break away from it, and they're affected. And the thing is that you have to continue to break away from it and not be affected by it intentionally. Make your own the best you can. I mean, go ahead and pretty yourself up, but don't go overboard. You don't have to put high heels because somebody's going to say something. I mean, dress to appropriate to the circumstance, but it's okay to go to the groceries in your yoga type of clothing, right? And it happens more and more, but it's one of the most ridiculous rigid construct. That, and then another one I find is, well, this applies to US of A. Again, it is what do you do for a living? It is what do you do for a living, and then when somebody you're already judged and evaluated by what you do for a living by the means of how much money do you make, and by the means have you gotten a college degree, university, or PhD, by which you're automatically better, more elevated than someone else. And I'm college educated. I have 2 professions. Don't have a PhD, but I have 2 professions, and I'm very good at both of them. Right? Through my experience of life, it is those people, is the snobs that are not pleasant to be around, and it is the simple people that they're there for you, and they are higher on kindness and compassion. Those people with, not all of them, but it's pretty much out there, 80% of those. Then again, and what I notice now, this snobism turns even more and more into this need to dominate through fame, because they work so hard. I mean, they consider themselves successful by whatever it was achieved, and that's not the only way to measure success. I mean, there's so many different ways to measure success. But now, with all of the social media and the acceleration on all of the technology, I see a lot of them being caught. Remember how the victim, rescue, prosecutor triangle, it's an ugly pattern to be caught in and to experience your life from, right? So now that triangle has evolved to what I call the need for fame and admiration. There is a very deep need. I mean, it's not a healthy need for fame and admiration. And now they go evaluate based on that, whether you're at a level or not at a level. And then again, I have clients that come to me and they say, I can't do it anymore. I say, well, don't. Stop those videos, and you don't have to do anything that you're not comfortable, and just do it, when you can, and if it flows and if it doesn't flow. And we've already seen, even here in US of A, that teenagers are so affected in the rate of suicides and teenagers, especially with Instagram. Everybody's just so pretty over there and so perfect.
Horrible. It's horrible.
Yes. And to this aspect, I want to add that me and you have put filter. We have filters because it doesn't look good without filters. And then it's not pleasant. Why? Because so many other videos have lots of professional going on, lighting and studios and everything. You can't compete with that out of a laptop or a smartphone or a desktop, at home, right? So it puts a pressure on people that it alters their health, and some need to have their ego brushed by it, and they go about manipulating that. And then guess what? Here are the followers that are gonna go say, okay, that's I'm gonna go your way because you say that's the right way, therefore I'm gonna go your right way. And then they're not even aware they don't have emotional health, having the freedom to be who they are. Oh, not even going into gay. We're not no, we're going to discuss gay people some other time. Oh, don't even, are you kidding? No. Yeah. So this kind of construct, and there's much more to talk about on this rigid constructs, but that's a good example of it. You don't necessarily find that kind of a constructs to be as thick in United States as it is in those other Eastern European countries. Your turn.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that this is interesting. One of the things hypnosis can do, those constructs that you're talking about, that people grow up under, people internalize it, and it seeps into their subconscious, and all of a sudden something bothers them, and they feel like their self-worth has been destroyed. And hypnotism, in a hypnosis session, a person can go back and redo the damage some of those constructs have done. In other words, they can redo who they think they are, what their image is, what's important, what's value to them, what isn't. If they grew up as a woman, as a girl, being told that they need to be pretty and attractive, act pretty, and dress pretty, and look pretty, and be thin, and be whatever they may be told to do, that damage can be undone in hypnosis. They can redo that and keep it from impacting their life currently.
Yeah. Yes. Oh,
in a few sessions, not for years, but in 2, 3, 4 sessions.
Yes, well, it depends. It depends on how many layers
Yeah.
of onion. I find that with a lot of people have already worked on their emotional intelligence, and a lot of people have done so whether through their church or whether through the spiritual circle or whether they've done what's called expand their consciousness, which otherwise means they have elevated their emotional intelligence, their self-awareness, and they already know a little bit about their processes, and it goes a little quicker with those people. But then another big issue with Eastern European, what I'm finding to be, is shame. They are ashamed to, even in the intimacy of this, it takes them longer to be able to talk about their inner thoughts. And then when I get to that point, I am the happiest for them, because that is a tremendous progress. When you get to your inner critic, your inner thoughts, you begin to recognize your processes, you begin to recognize your values and your beliefs and all of this rigid, strict constructs of tradition and trendiness and all that are putting heaviness on you. And when people get to that point, it comes like, you see what went on through my head? It's just, that's a tremendous shift. And I said, good, let's talk about it. And we talk about it 5-10 minutes. And then in 5 or 10 minutes, at that point, we achieve so much. Then we begin to explain the difference and possibilities, and then to look at an aspect from several different prisms, and not just from, oh, this is right and this is good, this is ugly, this is beautiful. And then just growth just begins and unfolds from that. It's wonderful. Oh, over here, Randy, are you on my Facebook, or if people are leaving some comments? A girl just said, she says, I'm trying to stay away from the Romanian community, but when I'm around them, I feel good. I feel I'm alive. I know. So here's the paradox with Romanians and Eastern European. They're so judgmental, and then we break away from it's like being outside in the rain. You take a break from being wet, and then you go in the rain, and then you feel good, and then you come back. Because the thing with a lot of Romanian gatherings have to do with music and dance. And one of the, I think you pointed me that one of the features of Romanian culture is, what's the word? Gregarious. I had to check out that word.